Hello. I think we should be live. So hi everybody. Welcome.
Great.
It's been like a month and a half. 2 months maybe. I don't know. It's been
I
a
think one and
while.
a half. One and a half.
I checked before this. In the past roughly 4.5 months, we've played one session.
Well, that was that session, and
Yeah. Well,
hashtag blame
the
storm.
important thing is that we're here now. That's always the main thing. Okay, as long as we're here in the now, that's all we need. That's all that matters. So we're here. We're not quite full party, but we're more people than we usually are. So that's
We
a
have
good
Will.
Will.
But let's not delay any further. Let's get into this rather long recap that I think everybody will need. So, not quite last time, but Storm did swear loyalty to something that was an unknown eldritch horror kind of ancient evil in order to get his hands on the ring that he's been looking for so long, or been wanting to have for a long time. Having sworn this loyalty, and as the party realized this, eventually a weaver came to collect Storm and succeeded in that despite a bit of a fight. There is a ring, apparently. There we go. And so after Storm was taken away by this weaver, the party gathered outside of Venderthal, having had to flee the scene as he kind of blew a hole in the wall of Torrens Refuge, the most fancy tavern in Venderthal during the fight. But you all gathered outside the city, having fled, and decided to set sail, not physically, but kind of like setting your aim toward Celestra City to seek out the exhibitor, Dara's patron. So Arisa transported everyone there, and you found the exhibitor's realm through the same old tomb that you went to last time. The exhibitor asked Dara if she had given any more thought to the tale he told when last they spoke about this elven boy born on an island nation who was given powers to repel an invading force outside of his city's walls. The exhibitor then revealed that story was about Goliath Celestra, and that he himself was in fact that very same man many, many years ago, about 1,000 years ago or so.
And you call me narcissistic.
Narcissistic for actually being a hero from 1,000 years ago? Interesting. He then told the party that Storm is currently under the influence of the Scourges, the 7 destroyer gods, that are the equal and opposites of the original creators of the world, Eldor and his pantheon. The Scourges were only stopped back in the day when the 8th of their own kind betrayed the rest and switched sides, joining Eldor in stopping the other destroyers from their pursuits. The 13 Weavers, he told you in addition, are the servants of the remaining 7 destroyer gods, and that they are not human, although they look the part. They are actually these fragments of the destroyer gods, of their powers, and that they are the living incarnations of those fragments of power, small enough to slip through this net that prevents the Scourges from stepping into the material plane themselves. The party, you've only encountered the 2 weavers of Xorha, the spider, and the Scourge of Desire. The rings, in turn, are the gift of Xorha, though the remaining Scourges also have their own artifacts that you do not know anything about as of now. The weaver's weakness, he briefly stated, is also that they require preparation. They can specialize a lot when they know what they're going up against, but if you can surprise them and flip the script on them, that's their weakness. Celestra, or the exhibitor, then also arranged a meeting for you at the statue of the Alder King in Haven-Etha, where you were set to meet an old acquaintance, someone who has the means to help you fight off the Scourge's grip on Storm. At the statue of the Alder King, as you were waiting for this acquaintance, you did encounter Benedict Blaze leading a class of his students, one of which was Julius, a young boy from a very rich family who has developed a big admiration for the co-workers, and Sturm in particular, having watched the lot of you in the arena sometime earlier. Since you have an empty spot in your party, you decided to let Julius intern, provided that he can make himself useful, I suppose, since he has a week off from school. And so he was allowed to stay, even when the acquaintance of yours, who turned out to be Abja, or the Abja, a man you knew from the mines of Bluedale, who turned out to be the last scholar of Abjuras, one of the original creator gods, who is neither truly alive or dead, but their power remains as potent as ever. And he instructed the lot of you to find Storm and bring him alive to the summit of Mount Parsifal in Bluedale, as his death would lead a portion of Abjuras's power imbued in Storm's soul to the Scourges, as the Bluedale Sapphire has been used to bring him back to life once. He further told you that Storm is currently located at the Junction, a place in Belaeronian that is near the village of Eldordine, and that is where you are going to have to find him. You then set off, returning to Venderthal, found a carriage after Julius caused some trouble trying to rob another carriage driver initially and getting in trouble with the law. You did find Copernica, a carriage driver that was very intent on making Julius's life harder by constantly reminding him that he's just a little intern and insisting that his big idol Sturm is a massive loser. Julius, on the way, as you stopped on at a battlefield where Thramaran and Belaeronian forces had clashed, Julius got his first kill as this looter tried to rob him, and he was forced to shoot him, lodging an arrow in this looter's head, causing it to brutally explode as the magical bow did its thing. You also then, continuing on your journey, stopped a bit at a wedding to get some sweet bread, but you left since that was below Julius's standards, and he was the only one who bothered checking the wedding out. You were delayed by a blizzard, and you encountered a camp of Thramaran deserters who Arisa helped by opening a tree back to Thramara so that they could go home to their families. And where we last left off, you arrived in the city of Bluedale, or were just about to enter anyway. So you're currently on this carriage driving toward the city. You see the three big mountains at the foot of which, and kind of going up the sides almost, that Bluedale is constructed upon. You see the lowlands in between those three mountains as well, which is kind of where the carriage seems to be going at the moment. Copernica's obviously driving the carriage, kind of turns her head around to all of you and says, so where exactly in Bluedale are you going?
You can just. Should we just let her drop us off here? I don't think we need to go any closer. She can't get up the mountain.
Yeah, I think that's nice to do.
We should probably enter the city at least. The lowlands are like half the city.
Right. Well, let's enter it, I guess. We just need to find a big tree here.
I mean, there are trees around us. It's getting kind of late, though. You should probably find an inn. I can take you to the Flawless Sapphire.
That would work.
Yeah, that will work.
All right, well, it's pretty nearby, so I'll get you there and drop you off. So she continues, and you move in to the lowlands part of Bluedale, which is it's not very glamorous. You've seen this before, most of you anyway. Yeah. It's real like kind of shanty town, small like shacks, not at all very solid.
Important question, Mr.
Yes.
DM. Is it walk the prisoners out of the prison day to day so that we don't have to worry about the warden, or?
Do we remember which day?
It's pretty late anyway, so
thank God.
You don't have to worry about.
I just used my hat of disguise.
You can do that too.
I will disguise myself.
I don't think I need to do that because I look a bit different.
Yeah, Dara is the only one that is really detectable anyway.
Yeah, I'll look. I'll go for something more traditionally Belaeronian, female. That will work.
Poppy Birdson, bro. Come on.
What the fuck, bro?
What the fuck, bro?
Fine. I go with Talkby Birdson because.
Yeah.
Well, the carriage rolls up to this kind of bigger house. It seems to have had parts to it, like built onto it later, because you can see the like kind of style and age of the different parts of this building seem to have like it seems to be different. Like there's an entire extra wing to it that is completely different from like what seems to be the main structure, and you see this kind of sign hanging off of these chains on outside. The chains are a bit different lengths, so it's all crooked, but it says the Flawless Sapphire, and there's this like sun bleached painting of what looks like this finely cut sapphire on the sign as well. Copernic just kind of stops the carriage outside and says, well, here you go, the Flawless Sapphire. It's a place, you know. You'll probably not get shanked in there.
Good to know.
This. Oh wait, I'm Talkby Birdson. This will do.
Right.
Do just fine.
Intern, are you gonna survive here?
If I don't get checked? Ooh.
Well,
Getting shanked is a part of the job.
You know, you thought sweetbread was beneath your standards, and that's pretty nice compared to, you know. You know what? Forget about it. Just go in there. Have the time of your life.
Yes.
Indeed.
You too.
Oh wait.
We will see you soon.
I need to get into the headspace of Talkby Birdson. Okay.
You need to do like this.
Yeah, but I have the headphones on, and I can't really do it with.
So you all step off the carriage. Copernica kind of just looks at all of you, gives you all a nod. I'm headed back to Venderthal. If you ever need my services again, you know where to find me.
Thank you.
Yes.
It was interesting traveling with a bunch of you. And she just kind of like gives the reins a tug, and the carriage keeps going.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
One day you will meet Sturm.
I think it's... How far was it from the tree we need to go? Like...
Well, like you would have probably, like Arisa.
No, I mean, when we... Like tomorrow, when we go through the portal, how far is it to the village?
Oh, probably a day.
And then it was like half a day to the like where Storm was?
You're not sure exactly where you're going after that. You just know that Elderdean, like, you should be able to find your way from there.
Okay.
You don't know exactly where Storm is. You just know that it's a place called the Junction.
Mm-hmm.
But the closest point that you were kind of given was Elderdean, which is a village that you know where it is.
Nice.
But
Bang on!
no, you're
Green
here.
Knight, walk in there.
Okay, so Julius apparently takes the lead here.
Yeah.
Really doing his best Storm impression, kind of kicking
One
the
to
door
do.
open.
Yeah.
You see this half elf.
Storm asks for the cheapest room.
You see this half elven woman with kind of shorter dark hair and very like bright blue eyes. She just kind of looks at all of you. Oh, look, new people. I haven't seen any of you around here, have I? You're first time in Bluedale?
Yes. Yes.
Well, in that case, welcome. I'm happy to have new customers here at the Flawless Sapphire. I assume you must have heard of this establishment before.
Very nice.
Then you must know the history.
Tell us about the history.
I would be happy to. You see, what makes the Flawless Sapphire so special, and she points over to this fireplace, above which you see a shield, and in the center there is this smooth, polished, round sapphire that is inserted in this shield.
Is it
That-
unfluted?
It looks pretty dull. There's none of that swirl in it. But she says, that is a legendary Bluedale sapphire. I know most people have never seen one, but I was a miner myself for a few years. I worked in there, and one day I found that, and I knew I was destined to run the best tavern in all of Belaeronian.
Is it's supposed to have a swirl inside of it?
It's just a bit difficult to see, and with the reflections of the fire, you can't really tell in this light. But I assure you, it is authentic. I've had many experts confirm it.
You know, it's such a small destiny, so you can't.
Jaxson.
Yeah.
What would Storm do?
Steal it. But you are not going to do it, okay?
What?
No.
Maybe later when we get the fuck up, but not now.
My friends, please. So, you're here for rooms, is it?
Yes.
Well, we do generally just have the common room that is shared for all of our patrons. However, the Grimwald suite is currently empty.
I take it. Oh yeah, I here, take my money.
I take it.
Storm would take.
There is room for two in the Grimwald suite.
Oh, but you know,
I take it.
Julius, Storm wouldn't pay that much for a room.
Don't worry, we
I don't take it.
Now, I can assure you, many people come from all over the world to sleep in the Grimwald suite.
I
And
take
I'll
it.
tell you why. Because King Grimwald himself stayed there when he made his plans for his rebellion against Thormera.
Had he got the blue sapphire?
He had a Bluedale sapphire then. That is
In
what
the
brought him
throne
to
room?
me. You
Have
know,
you ever?
we were close friends at the time. We became excellent friends because he knew that I had a Bluedale sapphire and I knew he had one.
I
which-
mean, we gotta insight check that story. You know, we gotta do that.
I
You
mean,
know-
I'm gonna say this much: you don't even have to insight check it because that Bluedale sapphire hanging above the thing, it's fake. Okay, you've seen one, you've had one. Jaxson still has one. That ain't real.
I have one in my pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it's very nice. It's a big sapphire of roughly the same size, and it is very well polished, but it is not real.
Have you ever met like someone else that has one?
Not many people are as lucky as myself and King Grimwald. I did meet most of his, second in commands during the rebellion. They all, in the Grimwald suite where you're going to be staying tonight, my good man, they all planned the rebellion together. It was King Grimwald, of course, before he was a king, Sir Emran of Stronwick, Sir Melwyn Torn, and of course, let's not forget Field Marshal Vernetta de la Nuit. They were all here, all huddled together in the Grimwald suite.
So, does that shield right there, like, does it have any powers or something? Or is it just a shield with a sapphire in?
Yeah, of course, no. The shield is very special as well. I'm not sure if you are aware, but prior to the fall of the Arcanum, we actually had Prospero, one of the members of the High Table. He was here, and when he found out that I had this the sapphire, which he had heard of all the way over in Laronia, where his castle was, or his citadel, he wanted to turn that into something. So he took the shield, and lo and behold, he took my sapphire, and lo and behold, a day later he returns with Daedalus himself, the master craftsman.
Daedalus.
They both came here, and Daedalus had this shield prepared that they'd taken the measurements for it, and they said, "This is for you, so that you will be able to defend your establishment, you who are chosen by destiny itself." And they gave me that shield to defend my establishment when the time comes. And I have had it there ever since, putting it on display, because let's be real, it is intimidating. Nobody would dare touch me when that hangs there.
I always nudge on Dara, like, to cast a spell.
I cast a minor illusion to make some swirls on that sapphire.
No.
What? You make a squirrel appear on the sapphire? Is that what you said?
He nudged me to cast a spell, but
it's magic!
I know that you wanted invisibility, but I ain't giving it to you. I'm just making minor illusion to make swirl in the sapphire.
Inside the sapphire?
Yeah, if I can make it something.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, a swirl. I thought you said a squirrel.
Yeah, what?
I thought you said you wanted to make a squirrel inside.
Yeah, same. I'm just so confused.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Squirrel.
Yeah, sure.
I just made them very similar. Actually.
There's a little bit of a swirliness to it, just like you know from your own sapphire when you had it.
Look, it swirls.
She kind of pauses. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I have never seen that before in my life.
You know, as I said, the light in here, it's not ideal to show off the sapphire in its full beauty, but
right.
You know, you can see it on occasion.
So, how much for the room?
Well, the Grimwald suite.
You only have one room?
Yeah, that would be the Grimwald suite. We have the common room for everybody else. The common room is 1 silver. The Grimwald suite is 4 gold. Everything is authentic. Many of the things in there are the things that were there when Grimwald planned his rebellion. It is a piece of history in a room.
Dar.
No.
We take the home seat.
No.
What, we're gonna sleep in this yacked up common room?
Yes.
Are you serious?
You will have to pay for me as well.
What? Sturm wouldn't do that.
Of course, for only a copper, you get dinner as well.
What dinner are we having?
The finest porridge that you've ever had.
Tokby Birdson takes out 1 silver and 1 copper.
Excellent.
Jaxson will put up 4 gold and 1 copper, please.
Thank you, sir.
1 gold. Keep the change.
Thank you, young gentleman.
A baller! Damn, Julius!
Dad got money.
That's money!
And how about the rest of you? She looks at you, Arisa.
I don't need a room.
Very well then. And you, the big gentleman there? Fritz just, yeah, sure. The common room is fine. Just puts a silver and a copper on there. Well, great. In that case, if you need anything, and you see this this dwarven man with kind of like a short brown beard with
Short?
well, yeah, it's relatively short. I mean, it's still like big, but just for a dwarf, you know. And the mustache is kind of longer. He's kind of like dashing around between tables. Like there are people here, not too many, but he's kind of like taking orders and giving people food. If you need anything, Dunbrecht has got you covered. And if you need more rooms, not that we have more, but you know what I mean, then you can simply come to me. Or if you need drinks, you come to me as well.
So,
Right.
Drink. What you got to drink?
Well, we have ale.
Perfect. Pour one up.
She just pours a mug of ale and just slams it down in front of you. Anyone else?
How much?
no.
That'll be 2 copper, please.
1 gold. Don't keep the change.
I'm good.
1 gold to pay for something for 2 copper.
I don't have any copper. Do you have change?
See, she pulls out this bag and starts counting coppers.
Okay, ale to everyone. In the common room and everywhere. You can pour that up.
Oh no.
You'd rather change or give everyone ale?
I'll give everyone
Still-
a round.
You still
Perfect.
need. No, wait. I hold the coin for a moment. And we still want change for or the remainder.
Oh,
How many people are
Well,
in
I'll
the
wait.
room?
You guys can go.
That's really
A round for
nice.
everyone and their friends! You see, everybody instantly gets up, all these like tired looking miners and stuff, just kind of like make their way over to
I
the
let
bar.
go of the coin.
Yeah, no, she like pours around for everybody. In total, it's like 12 people.
Yeah, so he's still getting like the good bargain.
So 13 with Julius. So that's what 26. That should be like 74 copper left then.
Bam.
So after that, she's like, "Really? Are we really doing this?"
I can count them for you if you want.
She pulls that bag of coppers to the table again, and she counts 74 copper pieces, and just shoves this big pile over to you. Well, there's the change.
When she does it, Arisa just returns a quite content smile and says thank you, and puts it down a pouch.
You sure you don't even want a room?
Specifically, the kids' pouch. No, I'm good.
All right.
I don't need
you
tourist
your
attractions.
pouch, that is what you do. He's rich.
I cannot be bothered writing down 74 copper. Besides, I think the kid already wrote it down.
Do you guys like sit down around tables, or do you?
Yeah, let's take the table. You know.
Okay,
big-
I
Arisa.
think people have finished a drink by the time I'm.
Well, Arisa, you said you wanted to, we talked about you going to the summit, right?
Yes.
Are you doing that now, or are you gonna wait until the others have like had their meals and they're about to go to bed?
I thought I would discuss it with the party before,
Okay, so you sit
or
down
at
with
least
the others
the
then.
Dara and
I mean, everybody's gathered around the table now anyway, and kind of waiting for their porridge. So now's a good time to talk.
So, hey guys, I was
Hello.
thinking, I'm supposed to go up to the summit of the mountain to see exactly where we need to go. But wouldn't it be an idea that I bring some seeds up there, harvest some seeds, and then see if I can't make something grow? And if we're lucky, maybe I can get something where we can teleport straight up to the summit instead of going to the base.
I don't think you can create that big of a tree in such a small
Well,
Well, it might be worth a try still.
I mean, yes, you definitely
I mean, it
can do
doesn't
that.
necessarily have to be a tree. It just needs to be a plant that is large enough.
I mean, that could work fine.
I think.
I mean, it's worth a try at least.
I mean, talk to be birds, and I can't talk like Dara. I think plant is fine. I talk to be birds and thinks plant is fine. God, it was so a long time ago.
Do you have any seeds on you, or?
No, I can harvest some before I go up.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess that if it works, it's just fine.
If anything, I don't actually need a seed. I can still transplant from an actual just normal tree. It would go quicker and would have a sprout that's stronger and
Just
more made
remember
for
that
climate.
it's middle of the winter
I know.
and at the peak of a mountain.
I know. I'm not
Okay.
saying it's gonna work. I'm
No,
saying
no. Yeah. It might die or something. We don't know.
yes.
Do you know what
Hoping to-
happens if like a tree you know burns down and you try to teleport to it?
Well, that depends on whether or not it's burning at the moment of transportation or whether or not it has burned prior.
Like if it's burned down and you don't know about it.
I would know about it by the point of transporting, as the plant I was entering would reject me from transporting to my new location.
Okay. Good to know.
So I might not know that it has burned down, but I know that said plant is not viable for me to utilize at this moment. Whether
Does it-
that be because it does not exist, or whether or not because the grove and Mother Nature itself has decided for some reason to reject me, I will not know. I just know I can't.
no.
And will it consume your like spell energy or?
That seems
Or-
like something.
That is harder to predict.
Okay.
As I've never done it, it's harder to predict.
Just tell them burn the tree down.
I would say it likely would, but I would
No pun
mostly
intended.
mostly would wager it based on distance.
Right,
If it's
right.
any kind of normal distance where we usually travel, then yes, because the amount of energy needed to commune between the plants would still be needed to be consumed. However, if it was just two adjacent trees, maybe not. But then again, why would I use the spell then?
Lazy.
I could just as well use another spell, such as Tree Stride.
Right, but okay, so I'm going to head to my room after we have finished this porch, and you go do that.
Yeah, I was thinking I can camp outside this night.
Talk
Alright,
to
so-
birds and hands home seed.
Home seed?
Yeah, I assume
yeah,
you're
right.
not familiar with it, but you, as a
Home
group,
seed?
as a group, you bought this item called a home seed, which you can plant it. You need like a cubic foot of earth or something, and if you plant it, it turns into this big, natural-looking like pod that is decorated with an interior that can fit like 5 people, I think. And
fuck
then
yeah, so-
after 8 hours, it goes back to being a seed, and you can pick it up
That
and.
was the
Oh,
thing
great.
that was minus 60 gold in your
Yeah.
inventory, because I knew that you wanted to be a part of.
Well,
buying.
I kind of could make similar shit, but yeah, I love it as well.
Shit.
Yeah, I love it.
So it is an item that you own as a group.
Dear DM, how far up would it? How long would it take? Like, it's not that big of a mountain. Like, it's a mountain, right?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not,
it's a.
it's not Mount Everest. It's like
no.
it's just
Average
a
mountain.
mountain
Yeah,
and a mountain chain.
it's
Yeah,
like it's a
Good.
decently big mountain, but it's definitely
yeah.
not
No,
like
but exactly.
tallest
But
peak of the
like
world. You know?
me flying as with the speed I can achieve would not or
it's-
take any time particularly,
No, it's
other
probably
than
like,
the flipping cold.
yeah. No, I mean it's like 15 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
something like that to
Exactly.
get to where you need to be.
Just pick a good bird and then you're fine.
Yeah, basically. So
Or
are
pick
you?
a giant snapping turtle.
Do you get going straight away? Then after this conversation.
No, I wait until. Wait, what time is it?
I mean, it's late, but it's not like midnight. It's maybe like 9 p.m. or something like that.
Okay.
So
When should we meet up?
Tomorrow morning, I assume.
Early morning.
Right. And we need to be like really quick about leaving. Because Julius has a plan to do.
Where are you planting the homeseed, Arisa?
Oh, no, yet.
Is it close to the establishment?
It's
Where
gonna
can
be it's gonna be secluded enough, but near enough.
Perfect.
So it's out of sight, but it's gonna be near.
I will now sit down and meditate for 4 hours. See you later.
So yeah, I can pull that already. Like essentially, where I'm gonna place the home seed is based on just the terrain that I want to make sure I'm prioritizing staying hidden with it.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be essentially as convenient and safe as possible with it, and I'm probably the first thing I'm gonna do, and I can do that technically right now, is ritual cast a commune with nature. Oh wait, no, is it commune with nature?
It's when you get to ask.
Yeah,
like,
commune.
certain
Yeah,
things
it's
are
commune.
nearby and-
Yeah, exactly. So with that, I'm gonna ask for prevalent trees, is minerals, animals, or people. I'm gonna specifically ask about the terrain. So any terrain. Sorry, the terrain and any bodies of water to get a lay of land.
We have
And-
the river nearby, so I guess that is going to be like directly.
Yeah, but like, so I'm gonna get all the safe drinking waters up the mountain, like basically the rough terrain and stuff like that. And then I would probably, yeah, actually, ritual cost adds 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's
Yeah,
11
so
minutes total.
I would probably like cast it twice, so 22 minutes, to essentially get everything I need to know about, like essentially plotting in the summit and base of the mountain, terrain-wise. So that we all like I also know it for navigating if I were to have to go on foot when we fight or something.
Right.
So thereby bodies of water and stuff like that, and the trees. So
Yeah.
I know of the trees. And then the extra part on why it's twice is the last piece of information I would pick would be first checking if there's any influence of other planes, and then checking in for powerful or unknown entities such as Phase or Fiends or something like that.
So basically the whole list except for the buildings.
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all,
yeah,
you
just basically wanting to point out properly what I'm
Yeah.
paying attention to.
no, you get a general like idea of paths through the mountains and up the mountains. So you kind of like get an idea to like, okay, this is where we could ascend the mountain if we had to do it together, like on foot. So you kind of figure that out. You know, or you sense the red river that passes just north of the
Yep.
city, which is of course one of the two biggest rivers of the Dawn world.
Yeah.
As for minerals and plants, you sense that these lands are rich with sapphires. For obvious reasons, Bluedale is known for its sapphires after all, so that's no shock.
All of
to you.
a sudden you see just a giant like gold coin signs in Arisa's eyes.
Yeah. No, but like you basically see the truth behind the rumors.
Yeah.
Like you feel sapphires
Connected to the
everywhere.
land, exactly.
The
And
mountains, the ground below you, everywhere there are just these pings of sapphires.
all of a sudden I feel like Bluedale is it's a really understatement of the mountain. Just calling it blue, it's just beyond that to
Basically.
me as a blacksmith's daughter as well.
Then let me see here. You
Caves, like I could see cave entrances, essentially.
yeah, I
Would
mean
there be
they're
any-
all the like mine entrances that are scattered
Yeah.
both across the lowlands and the mountains.
Yeah.
There are also some natural ones.
Any interesting ones like that seems to be like could either hide some proper danger, like not just a grizzly or something like that, but just
I mean,
some
we
weird
got-
stuff, or otherwise something that seems
So the difficult thing is that you can't really get a sense of things that are covered by stone for much. Like the
no,
radius
exactly.
is
I
way
would
more
see the
limited there.
entrance and stuff like that. I wouldn't see anywhere in.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't even see like 5 feet particularly in.
Yeah, I mean there are some bigger ones, there are some smaller ones, but
Yeah.
they are scattered across the area.
Yeah, good. Just wanted to make sure that essentially what I was asking there, an easy way to phrase that is, if one of the entrances, just like how it can distinguish between a mine and a natural one,
Yep.
if one seemed to have a bit odder shape, like for example outside there were like clearly claw marks from something that ain't like that I would take notice of, like in the ground significant enough, like in the stone or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what I meant.
You find some that seem to there are some traces of like beasts that may be living in there, so you know what to avoid basically.
Great, that's exactly what I want.
The thing where it gets interesting is the last two. So you feel like a faint sense of like elemental energy in the area, which is to be expected. You know that from prior experience that mineral rich areas usually have like a vague
Some kind of
overlap.
connection to
Yeah,
the elemental plane
yeah, there's
of
like
Earth
part
and
of
stuff.
the formation process kind of invokes the energy of the elemental planes, and especially a place like this where it's so filled with sapphires, it makes sense. Where it gets more interesting is that you get a very strong sense of celestial energy here. And part of it, almost like this glowing beam, shines down at the peak of Mount Parsifal.
Could I try seeking within myself to see if I recognize, not as in identifying, but more whether or not I feel a kind of familiarity to it? So either by something growing up with or by one of the patron temples I have been to.
Make
From feeling there.
make
Religion?
a wisdom
Wisdom.
check. Yeah, sure, let's do religion. That's good.
It's one of the few things that where I actually remembered, like, oh, religion should like be kind of this kind of thing.
Or I'll let you choose. You can go either religion or wisdom, whichever one you want. There's some slight different approaches to it. The wisdom is more like an innate feeling. The religion.
Can I go insight? That would give me an advantage to all hell, by the way.
Yeah, because you had proficiency bonus on it.
Yeah.
Nah, it's either straight up wisdom or a religion one. The religion is more like you thinking and kind of engaging your rationality to it. The wisdom is more just an
I would go
innate
more
kind of
wisdom
sensing.
because that's more what I imagine here. I'm going more like
go for it.
Feeling the energy, essentially.
Makes perfect sense.
That's a nat 19, so just a wisdom, right?
Yeah, so that should be 24.
So
then, I
24.
think.
Yeah.
You focus in on this beam of celestial energy, and it's not just at the peak, at the summit where you're kind of
Initially
headed. You get a sense of the area. There's some sort of interplanar connection with the celestial plane. It's faint, but the presence of something celestial, a being, in this area is way stronger. And you try to kind of look inwardly. You focus in on what this feels like. And there is this warm feeling in your chest that just kind of pulses and radiates throughout your body as you do. There is a comfort in this place. You definitely recognize this.
Do I recognize it more? Like, do I feel like I'm at home? Or does it just recognize?
You feel that this place... It's not... You don't feel like this is your home. This is not like the ultimate end destination for you. But there is a feeling of belonging. And there's
so
a
essentially
feeling that...
family, but not home.
Sort of.
Like...
But you feel...
Yeah, okay.
This feels right.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the important thing here, is that there is safety for you here. And you get the sense that there's a reason why you're here. Maybe something more than just rescuing Storm. There is...
Something that brought me here.
There is a sense of belonging.
Oh my god.
And
well
this
then,
is I think you would have probably never really had a connection to a place like this aside from like your home village.
Yeah, because I never really had much, like, I had a connection to the grove, like the Druid circle grove, but it wasn't that big, like, it was more to my home. It wasn't, yeah, okay, great. That's very interesting.
Yeah, Umbra does have that effect on people.
So,
yeah, and I felt, did I feel any presence, or was that like combined with plane?
There is,
it's
no,
combined. Oh right, that was the...
There's both a kind of intersection of the celestial plane, but there is also the presence of a strong celestial being here. And I will say, you kind of can piece together, based on the conversation that you had with Abja in the last session when you weren't here, and based on a question that Jaxson asked him. Jaxson asked if the person or the entity that they met here, if that was Abjuras. And he got this vague reply that Abjuras is not quite alive, not quite dead, but you get the sense that perhaps that is the remnant of Abjuras, the creator god of protection, and that you sense that presence here, because even though that is only a sliver of what once was, we're talking about a creator god. There is something so incomprehensibly overwhelming about the power of a creator god that even just that tiny piece that still lives on, and the focus of the power of that god that still exists to its full extent, that has to be the presence that you feel. This is as much of Abjuras that could possibly be, that is in this area, both in
that makes sense
terms of the plane and the actual entity. Whatever remains of it, of him or of them, is here.
By the time I would finish with this, they would have gone to bed, right?
I mean, this is... I reckon some of them might be awake. We'll see. We're not perfectly caught up with them, I guess. I mean, this is only like 11 minutes of commune with nature, obviously, and
well,
22 minutes
22
then.
because there's 2 castings.
Yeah. So maybe depending on. I mean, some of them are waiting for food. Which at this point, let's jump back to the rest of you.
God.
Julius, you kind of like sit there and just as you're entering this meditative trance, just as you're on the brink of passing over into this not quite dreamlike state, you hear, "So I heard you ordered porridge," and you are pulled back into the real world, and you see this cheerful-looking dwarven man smiling. Like there's a tooth missing, but there's a wide, jaunty grin on his face as he's holding a big plate with multiple plates of porridge on, and just smiles at all of you. "So, let's see, there were 4 of them ordered. Seems like there are only 4 of you left here, so he sets it down and kind of puts the plates in front of each of you.
Mm-hmm.
That should be it. How's the experience so far?
Really like the shield and the authentic sapphire.
Right. Yes, of course. The authentic sapphire, yes, beautiful edition, that one, yes.
Mm-hmm. Insight check.
Three birds and finds its
Sure.
squirrel magnificent.
Never mind. I got on that one.
Essentially, during this, I am presuming
like a
like in a
6.
half like meditative state where I eat, drink, and stuff like that, but I'm more like
Right,
holding to myself, right?
Yeah.
I'm just double
You're just
checking.
kind of zoned out, sitting at the table, I guess.
Yeah.
What?
6.
That's enough.
Oh, I legit rolled a 1.
This guy's a terrible liar, though. Absolutely awful. You can tell
Like
that
me.
he definitely knows that this is not real, and he's not comfortable with a lie either. He's just like, yeah, of course.
You know, I traveled across the Dawnwood to see this sapphire.
Oh, you did? Oh. That's,
I
hear
heard
that. I
about
hear that a lot. I hear that a lot here. Yeah. My lovely wife does join the people from all across the continent. So that's the only reason why you're here, then, huh?
Yes.
I would be very sad if it wasn't here.
Yeah, I have looked forward for this for years. We finally got enough money to travel here.
What are you talking about? We were gonna say Sturm.
Shh. Oh yeah, that's another thing we're gonna do later.
She's sick. Sturm is our grandmother.
Oh, you're all related.
Not by blood. We're from an orphanage.
Of course, right.
Well,
No, I
well,
figured,
we have a
Sturm
complicated.
isn't a girl.
No, Storm is a guy.
Sturm is a
listen,
guy.
if we all have look.
Sturm is a fighter.
Listen.
Being quite a rebellious little brother.
Look, I
Yeah,
understand.
we dropped him when he was a kid.
I'm certain there's a
Yeah,
grain of truth to any story, but not every story is completely true. They say that there is always 3 sides to a story: yours, mine, and what actually happened. So I'm not gonna press you on that any further.
What
it's
actually
fine.
happened?
What happened with the sapphire? How did you
Sapphire.
find it?
I had nothing to do with that.
Why don't you sell it? I heard it was would give
It's
you a
not
lot
mine.
of money.
No, it's not mine. It's my wife's. I'm just working here to help her out. It's you see, he kind of pulls out a pouch, just puts like a silver for each of you on the table, and says, "The rooms are on the house, the common room. Lovely people
Thank you
like
very
you
much.
deserve better."
Why better?
Why
We
better?
already have the rooms, and we get to enjoy the magical sapphire with its swirly spray.
The magical sapphire, of course. There's
Do you know something about it that we should know?
um,
What? What do you know about it?
It's not mine. No, it's not mine. It's my wife's. I'm just working here to help her out.
Well, we have a complicated.
Uh, I'm sure Ella will tell you everything about it if you're
It
curious.
sounds like you're
She has
hiding
she has
something.
great stories about it, about this inn, about just about everything. It's I'm not much of a storyteller, you know.
Well, thank you for.
A great listener, so Talkby Burton would like to listen anyway.
Then perhaps you should talk to my wife. She can tell way more engaging stories.
Talkby Burton is not one for fancy words.
No, of course, but quite frankly, my brain is a bit on the older side at this point. I can't keep a story straight. Don't remember how everything started, how she got all... Don't listen to an old man ramble.
Have anyone tried to steal it before?
My memory, it's foggy. You know, it's...
I think you should probably remember if someone tried to steal your most valuable possession.
My wife, she has secrets. I'm sure maybe if that's happened, she hasn't told me about it. Wouldn't want to worry me. You know.
Isn't it great to be married to someone who has such a good destiny?
You know, I don't believe much in destiny, but I do believe that.
But you see it right there.
But
Talkby Burton disagrees with all your statements. Destiny is right there.
I have a question here too. So, were you here when Grimwald stayed at the inn?
I have lived here my entire life. I'm from Clan Shattershield. I'm from Mount Maeve originally, so I do know when Grimwald did live here in the city.
Did you know when he was here and planned in this room?
I didn't really work here then.
Okay.
You know, I believe I must have perhaps still been on Mount Maeve with my clan.
Well, thank you very much for the porridge.
Right, the porridge, and he takes out more the copper and refunds that as well.
Do you have any salt?
No, we don't have that. Sorry.
No worries.
But I do the best that I can to cook it. It's not much, but it's something. And
it's Julia's favorite food.
Oh, it is. Well, which one of you uses Julius?
It's the little guy.
Julius, I hope you'll enjoy it, and I hope you, whatever that storm fella was that you were talking about, your gran or your fighter or whatever it was, I'm not going to pressure you. I hope whoever that is doing well, and you're welcome to return whenever you want. You know where to find me.
Julius, why don't you tell him how good it tastes?
You see this grey mash in front of you. Seldom have you seen something so unappetizing. You stick the spoon in and there's this like... as you...
One person, boy! Bam!
What did you say? Charm person? on the waiter.
Yeah.
He will know that you cast a spell afterwards.
14.
What's our proficiency? You know,
4.
4, bam, plus that shit. Yeah, he fails.
He's charmed.
Oh, God, that's so good. Yeah, that's so delicious, man. Yo.
It warms an old dwarf's heart to hear that. Truly, there is not much appreciation for what we do here. well, my wife, of course, gets plenty of admiration from travelers.
Thank you very much for the porridge.
Your wife should be, because
You're
she
the
has a
best.
great destiny.
You know, as I was saying, I don't much believe in destiny, but I know that my wife is an amazing person and that she will achieve great things. Not because the gods have destined it, whether you believe in that or not, but because I know that she is the most capable, charming, and amazing person I've ever met.
Because the gods deemed it so.
No, I believe she just is that. Bluedale Sapphire or not, I have all the faith in her in the world.
Right.
Your faith is misplaced. It should be placed in destiny.
I'm a believer in the gods. I am a worshipper of Avir, but I not beg into destiny.
Right.
He kind of like shakes
Nej.
his head a bit. He kind of looks over at you, just nods, seems a bit crestfallen as he kind of realizes what has happened. I've got to get going now. And he just
Poor guy.
walks off, realizing that he has been deceived.
Oh, poor guy.
We're evil. We're evil.
Hmm.
It was your fault, Jax.
No,
Your fault.
it just it's just like
His fault.
a part of being an intern to tell how much you appreciate the food and everything. Well, I am heading to my room now.
See you
See you tomorrow.
tomorrow.
All right.
Wait,
So,
what?
Jaxson, you go to the Grimwald suite.
Mm,
It's like
shit.
up a set of stairs and like on top of the main common room. You open and you're a bit surprised. It's actually pretty nice, but it's nice in a kind of like fake luxurious way, if that makes sense. It looks right, but it's almost like plastic that is gold plated. That kind of it looks nice, but when you kind of feel the things, they don't feel like they're quite high quality. And like you see this like golden candelabra, and you kind of like pick it up a bit, and you look underneath it, and then it's just gold plated, like iron. It has not been painted underneath or anything. It's just like raw iron. And like in general, as you go around, like it's very tacky. It's a bit overdone on like the royal aesthetic, and you know that this makes no sense. Why would if this was like original furniture where he supposedly planned his rebellion, why would it be decorated like a king's chamber? There's like a plot hole here in the story. You see this like old table where there's like this plaque where it's like, around this table King Grimwald and his generals planned the rebellion, and it's just like a regular table, and yeah, it's weird, man.
Still better than the common room.
For sure. And it's it's nice, but it's not like 4 gold nice. It's like maybe 1 gold nice, and that's pushing it.
Okay.
I love how everyone was refunded their rooms except for Jack.
Well, he didn't know that he had the suite. He did refund you a silver and a copper.
Yeah. Good enough for me.
Yeah.
Well, I go to sleep.
Yeah.
Snark.
All right. So I assume, Dara, you also eventually.
Yeah. You just eat up the porridge. Make sure that Julius eats up his fair share.
I think Julius has already started meditating, just leaving the rest.
Don't worry. Force feed him.
Well, eventually, anyway, Arisa is the last one awake. Oh, I think Will is AFK at the moment. So Julius, you're eating porridge. Content.
Let's just force feed him.
Yeah, no. Does anyone want to do anything else then while we're waiting for Arisa to do her thing?
I think it's too late for a sandwich run for Fritz. So, you know, he goes to bed, obviously.
I think everyone just goes to bed.
Yeah.
Honestly, probably.
Well, I'll just mention that then that like the common room, there is the part where everybody like eats, and then you see that it kind of continues on into the wing of the building that has been expanded upon that you saw from the outside that is like newer, and in that part there are kind of like long rows of like bed places where people can sleep, but it's, you know, people are sleeping right next to strangers. There are like a few divisions, but in general there are like 3 people per bed, and you just pick a bed with randos. And I think I mean, Dara and Julius, you don't have to lie down, you can just sit up. Fritz has to pick a bed, but I don't think he has major qualms with it. He just goes and picks an empty spot next to like miners and just collapses and falls asleep.
If I have like a blanket or something, I should probably just put it over Dara's head, because, you know, in case someone sees that Tokipi birds and somehow just...
Oh, that's true. I mean, I don't know. Do you have a blanket or a cape or anything?
I think I have a cape. Give me a quick look in my inventory. What do we have in the inventory? I should have something. Where is that one?
Well, technically,
Oh, you're back.
that has a owl mask.
I mean, the entire body looks like Tokipi Birdson, so you're gonna need a bit more than that, I think.
Fair enough.
Like Tokipi Birdson's this big swole dude.
Can I snatch a blanket from one of the beds?
Yeah, sure. You can
Yeah,
find a
let's go
blanket.
with that.
You
because
paid for
I
a
don't
bed
have-
space after all.
Yeah.
But just put your backpack over your head.
Well,
I mean, it's more like, you know, when you go from, you know, pale to black in like suddenly, then it doesn't matter if you just cover your face.
so Arisa, since we were waiting for you, you can finally head up to the summit. As everyone else has kind of gone to sleep and you've finished your commune with nature. Do you turn into like a giant eagle or something that you usually do? Or
No, that's a good question.
what do you become to fly up to
well,
the mountain?
No, the first thing I do is go out and use my herbalist tools and sickle and such to gather small shoots from different trees.
Right.
I gather that and seeds, but especially transplantation shoots that I can use.
Right, yeah, you kind of head to the outskirts of the city and you collect the things that you need. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. You're literally a druid. It's easy enough.
I have herbalism kit. That's my tool proficiency as well and
You have
stuff
druid
like that.
craft too, right? So
yeah,
it's easy. You just spend like 15 minutes collecting things, walking around.
Yeah.
And then you have all
after that, how much dirt did I need for the
home seed?
seed? Home seed, yeah.
I think it is 1 cubic foot, so it is a decent amount, but it isn't like a ridiculous amount. You know, it's like 30 by 30 centimeters.
Could I store that in something? Like, could I also bring a sheet? Or, no, fuck. Wait. I actually think I might. Wait.
Oh.
Bye.
There goes Leon.
Bye-bye. Look who decides to join us now.
Yay.
Wait, I surveyed the mountain. How much dirt is there at the summit?
Do you want to go all the way up there, or do you just look from a distance?
I did survey it through the land, so I would know the
Oh
terrain.
yeah, no, that is true. I mean,
That's what I just realized. Wait
yeah,
a
no,
moment. I
these
know
are
this.
like, it's the middle of the winter. It's very much just snow up there.
Yeah, but how much soil is there underneath the snow?
At the peak, not much. It's mainly stone. I will ask though. Isn't there like shape or like mold earth? I don't think that's the one.
Yeah, there is.
There's something like that you can use to like turn stone into mud or something,
Yeah.
can't you?
Yeah.
So hypothetically, that could do it, I think.
That's technically, yeah. You're actually right. That would do it.
I would only last an.
That would be, for
I'm
example.
trying to look at the spell right now.
Yeah. It's not the right spell. Wait. I know I have it as well.
Yeah, no, because I know that you have used it.
Multiple times.
Yep.
It was too long ago I played. Can't believe it.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really say that you can turn stone into
Actually, there is one that does.
dirt, but yeah, I think that there is a different spell.
Yeah.
Well, regardless.
Oh, right. Now I know which one it is. I remember. It's a cantrip. It's my mold earth.
Yeah, but that was the one I was looking at.
You can. Okay, fair enough. Otherwise, it's stone shape.
Stone shape. That might be the one.
You can kind of do it.
Stone objects. Large rock. I don't know. That doesn't say that you can change it into dirt either. Well, regardless,
Something.
I
know I've done it.
You could plant the home seed somewhere else. Otherwise, like it doesn't have to be at the summit.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering is if my plan to actually plant some seeds up
Yeah.
there, I need enough for a sufficiently large plant to take root.
No, that is true.
So even if I artificially provide it the nutrients it needs to survive for like a week or a month and grow, I still need the soil to be. So my question is, do I need to transport it up?
Probably.
Okay.
But I will say, so like to grow.
I do have smithing tools. Could I make some makeshift shit with like wooden sticks and just?
Earth prepared or something like that.
You mean to transport the actual dirt itself, or what do you mean?
Yeah, something so I can, for example, if I can't mold the dirt, then at least be so that I can essentially prepare a pack that when I transform, I can just take it in my talons.
You can turn all the things you carry on you, like you can merge that.
All right,
with you
yeah.
When you transform, so you don't even have to do that.
True, but I still need to carry it.
Well, yeah, in humanoid form. I mean, as you said, you could take a blanket and fill that with earth. Because I'll say, like, with the thing that you're trying to do with, like, constructing what can essentially be used as a transport via plants node, growing an entire tree or something like that will be, like, strong enough to survive permanently, that is not something that is feasible in this time. However, creating almost this, like, natural plant archway that you can use that will survive maybe like a week or two, which will be enough for you for this purpose.
Yeah, that's all I'm looking for.
You don't need that much dirt for that, because you can kind of like create a hole with like your mold earth or whatever, and then you can pour that in. So like if you have a spare cloak, or if you have,
I do.
Yeah, then you can just kind of make a bundle of dirt with that.
Yeah, because
And
I actually have two cloaks.
yeah, and
One
you
that I'm
can-
wearing and one
exactly.
a bit fancier
Yeah.
that I travel with. So I
So-
switch which one I'm wearing to my So I use my traveling coat
Yeah.
to not, really dirty up the nice one.
Understandable. So you
Then
can
I
do that.
gather up some nutrient rich, like anything that can help me essentially.
Yeah, no, I mean,
It's not much, but still. And then I transform into a giant eagle and
Yep.
fly up.
easy enough. You fly up to the
It's
summit and you
easy.
see the place that you kind of like found through commune with nature. There is this like right near the actual peak itself. There is like on the northern side, so hidden away from the side of the city, there is like a flat area big enough for a group to gather on and have space enough. And I will say, as you get there, having done your commune with nature, you sense that this is the exact location where that celestial energy was focused upon. And there's almost like you can sense that hidden beneath the snow, there is some sort of like platform here where there are like carvings that are somehow related to this celestial energy. This is the place where you're supposed to take Storm. And like right outside this main area where the slope is kind of starting, but before it gets super steep, you can find a place where you can create your little archway. And so you can use like mold earth to just create a little, hole that you can fill with the dirt that you brought with you. And you can use plant growth to kind of boost it along with, or you can initially use like Druid craft to open up the seeds and make them kind of initially
Sprout and make
growing.
them,
Yeah. And then you use plant growth to boost it, and you can shape it as it grows with your Druid craft, so that you create what is essentially the outline of a gate-sized combination of twigs and thorns, and just this natural mix of plants, basically, that form this framework that is big enough for you to actually open up a transport via plants through. And, looking at this, it is winter. This is something very artificially created. It's not going to last forever. If you try to come back here a month from now, it will already be back in the dirt. But for at least the time that you need, a few days maximum, it will still be here, alive and capable of being used.
The travel.
Yeah. And you would almost even wager that the celestial energy here might keep it alive a bit longer than it should. Because this is, you sensed Abjuras here, or you could figure out that this is
and I
Abjuras.
make sure that I am aligning it with the nature and not upsetting the earth.
Yeah. So you create this. I mean, it's not like a masterpiece. It's not something ancient, but it is good enough.
Do. Yeah.
And that's all that matters. And you're confident that this is the place where you're supposed to meet with the Abja. So you basically have a gateway right where you need to be.
Yes. I'm just looking over an extra thing before.
Of course.
Just needed to double check the room. Exactly. Well then, in conjunction with this, could I potentially would Druidcraft allow me to essentially whiff away the snow slowly but surely?
You mean to like clear the platform?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd say you have time, I guess, so...
Well, I rest for like an hour and then turn into a fire elemental.
You can do that too. That's very
That's a way.
quick. So you kind of sit there and you wait until you feel this
Energy return.
energy return, exactly. And you capitalize on that and you summon this big flame from within and you turn your entire form into that. And instantly, standing in the center of the circle, you see the snow just withdraw. It just retreats, and as you move around a little bit, you're able to push it back away from everything.
Oh, it stings. I'm presuming.
I mean, it's fine. It's not that bad. You mainly just melt snow, so
Yeah, I meant more the water that comes after it.
yeah, it's a bit oozy, but
Yeah.
you know you're
But yeah,
in
I
fire
make sure to
elemental
clear
shape.
enough of the. Make sure to clear enough of that it should last, like that there's no cascading in from the other one, or like blowing in over like the next 48 hours.
Yep.
So like there will snow, sure, but it won't, be a big layer. And then I would like to inspect it before
Right.
finding a place for.
What languages do you speak?
I speak a couple. I speak common, druidic, celestial, and undercommon, or slightly undercommon.
Okay.
Broken undercommon, essentially.
What you see here is script, and it is written in.
Take out my notebook and start writing it down as well.
It reminds you of Celestial, but it's not quite it.
No.
Can I start decoding some of it, like essentially knowing that this won't be a correct thing, but my, like a word here or there?
Make I'll say
Nature?
no. This is an intelligence-based thing.
History?
No, I'd say it's probably just flat-out intelligence, since you're really like
Right.
trying to work with the language knowledge here.
Well, that's a nat 18. Today is a good day.
Okay.
So nat 18 plus intelligent. So 21 total.
So this seems to be something older than Celestial. It's, you can recognize basic forms of these words, but you can sense that the Celestial language, while you'd probably never thought about it being the same kind of like living language as normal languages are, you can see a progression here. It's like, an English speaker encountering Old English. There is some stuff that you can recognize, but it's changed a lot.
So essentially, I can understand the majority of the words. I just don't understand the grammatical meaning, and therefore, I don't understand the sentences.
There are like root similarities between a lot of the words, and you can read Abjurus, the name of the creator god of protection that you knew had a presence here, and you can read like some form of the word creation. You're not sure about the grammatical form of it, if it is to create, if it is creation
something.
itself. It could even be creator. You're not sure.
Okay.
But it's something with a root morpheme of create.
Or beginning or something.
Yeah.
But more towards the creation part.
Yeah. Yep. You get a number that the numbers 8 and 9 are very similar in Celestial. In terms of like the actual words for them. You're not sure if this says 8 or 9. Because this word is kind of like a perfect between the slight variations of 8 and 9 in modern Celestial, so to speak, the Celestial you speak. it's, you know, understanding the entire context is difficult, but those are some of the essential things that you get out of this. It is something with Abjuris, something with maybe the creator god's creation. There's something about a number 8 or 9, but the more than that is difficult for you to discern right now. If you continued to study this, perhaps you could get more, but
I don't have time before
yeah.
you're causing exhaustion. I need to get my sleep for.
This would be more of a long-term project to like really decode it and study everything and that. But
I write down on the exact wordings instead of translation.
Yep.
While preparing to set up camp and stuff like that and falling asleep.
Yep.
And then what I do is see if I can't gather up, like actually take the moment to use like mold earth and stuff like that to just gather enough dirt to actually set up camp up here at the summit.
I mean, I'll say, knowing from your commune with nature, you know that if you can take one of the safer paths down a bit, you can eventually get to an area where there is more dirt. But it's not like directly at the summit, so you can walk down like 20 minutes maybe.
I would do that. Yeah, I would do that.
And there's enough dirt for the home seed anyway. Yeah,
I would do that then.
Yep. So you go there, you set up or you plant the home seed, and it turns into this big pod, and you can spend the night there. So
I will do so.
In that case, we resume 4 hours later when Dara and Julius both awaken together.
Together? She's cheating on me!
Obviously.
Oh dear God.
With a minor or a minor?
Well, there are plenty of both in this city.
Julius is like 13. Don't make that joke with him, please.
Hey, it's not me who's cheating on somebody.
Julius, you're actually the first to wake up because you were very quick to go to sleep. And you're young, you're full of energy. You know. You don't
say that.
Okay, I go to the room with does someone stand in the counter?
Well, at first, like, you wake up and you see Dara sitting there with like a big piece of cloth over her face, and you're like, "That is Dara, right?"
Ash looks shit.
You kind of look over and you see Fritz sleeping in the back part of the common room.
I will just immediately go with Talkby Birds and afterwards.
No, you're not awake yet.
You're asleep for like 2 more minutes.
Ha!
Oh no, he's gonna prank me.
Okay, does anyone stand in the counter?
You mean if anyone's manning the bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see this this young looking human that is just like really bored and looking kind of tired. That is just standing there absent-mindedly kind of tapping their fingers against the bar. It's like, yeah, not really looking very in a very brilliant mood.
Damn, bruh.
He wants to steal the sapphire.
Damn, he's a motherfucking human. What can you? He will not kill the human.
Not to mention, there are plenty of other people in here. You know, most of them are asleep, but some are still drunk.
Yeah, sleeping, that won't do anything. Wait.
Do you have a spell that can solve this problem?
Yeah, but you know, Talkby. Julius isn't the killer that Storm is yet. So that's why he will not do what I thought of. Storm
dear God, what kind of
Julius has only blown up one person.
It depends
I'm sorry, but dear players, are we sure we want to get Storm back?
Well, no. This is what Storm could have done.
But we can boss around Julius, the intern.
Okay.
No, I just meant like even during a rescue mission of Storm himself. He thought of
I wait for
killing.
Dara.
Yeah.
I wait for Dara.
You sit around there staring at this blanket covered form of Dara, and eventually there's like a slight stir, and then you see, like, looking kind of at the legs and stuff, there's almost like a layer that just is added on top that looks more muscular and beefy as Talkby Birdson then emerges from underneath the blanket.
Talkby Birdson is
Good
awake.
morning.
Good morning, intern.
I had an idea of stealing the... yeah, you know, but it would Storm shoot people for getting the sapphire?
No, Storm is more the one getting shot at.
Okay, so then my plan... I skip my plan then, right?
Yes,
Great.
intern's plan does not align with Storm's plan.
Damn, I would have been richer.
Intern is already rich because Dad is rich.
Yes, but I wanted to flex to Dad.
You can't come home empty-handed.
Yes. I come on with Blue Dale Sapphire, he'd be a happy man.
Don't worry, Bluedale Sapphire is fake.
What? Did he fake the whole story?
Yes.
Oh god.
Why would I steal it then?
You see the human standing behind the bar kind of looks over at you and just sighs and walks up. Please, if you're going to talk about how it's fake, just be a bit more quiet about it. We don't need everybody to know. Thank you. And then just heads back to the bar.
Sure thing. Telepathically, it's fake.
Okay, good. Now, what are you supposed to do? I'm going out hunting. I'm not eating that porridge again.
Whoa, rude.
Going outside.
You wanna follow along and hunt?
Well, I do want to see you get attacked by a bear, so I suppose I'll go along.
A bear won't have anything on me.
The bear.
I'm Julius.
Yeah, sure. I'll follow him, you know. Let's make sure the intern doesn't run away. Plus, I don't have to walk around with talky birds and all the time.
Okay, we go in and we look for animals.
Okay, so you head on out. Make a
Yes.
survival check.
Yeah.
You're in a town.
Bam,
Well, there's
survival,
nature
shit, survival.
Oh.
bit outside, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's freaking 18, boy.
Okay. So as you leave the city and you make your way out into the wilds beyond the civilization or the borders of civilization, you pick up a trail. It looks like a bear. Just like Dara had said, there's a bear in the area. You kind of track the footprints, and eventually you're like, okay, this is the spot. So you kind of lay down and you wait, knowing that it is nearby here. Dara, I assume you're also there then, since you wanted to see it.
Yeah.
I'd like both
I'll
of you to
stand
make
like 20 feet backwards so I don't like get in the
both of you to
crossbar.
make stealth checks for me.
15.
That is a 10.
Okay. So, you're waiting there. It's still pretty dark outside, but it's, you know, because this is early morning in the winter. It's dark still. You wait there, and eventually you hear like twigs being snapped under an immense weight, and you see further away this big shape lumbering through the woods. It's a bear. A large bear.
Hunter's mark.
Alright. You
And
cast
then-
Hunter's Mark. As you do, it kind of like turns its head towards you. It doesn't seem to see you. You see now, looking at the face as it turns towards you, this is no bear. This is an owl bear.
We're eating good tonight.
Oh god.
And it looks, and it seems to look past, and it sees Dara.
Ah, this motherfucker.
And right as you are ready to loose the arrow, you see an owlbear cub peeking out from behind a tree, also looking the direction of its mother. As the arrow, you lose the arrow and it goes flying. Make an attack roll.
Oh.
Yeah,
You are
boy.
officially a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is like the
That's a
worst
20.
thing you can do.
20 hits.
Yeah. Now it's gonna be damage time. Okay, yeah, I'm a ranger. Why am I talking like it's gonna be a bitch?
Oh, poor cub. Poor cub.
The cub is about to die probably too.
Wait, let me check.
Or we adopt the cub.
It's just
Yes.
like more meat, you know?
I could train a
It's a
cub.
snack.
I think we need to
I
adopt
think
the
it'll be
cub.
dead before Arisa finds out about this.
Okay, let's see.
True.
Bam. 8, 13, 16, 19, 19, 24 damage. And yeah.
Alright. Yeah, the
Can I do
arrow-
my second attack as well? I guess not. It's 1. Bam.
Okay.
Because I have extra attack, you know?
How much did you say that it was, by the way? 24,
24.
right. Yeah, the arrow sinks in. I'll say you weren't spotted, so yeah, you do get your full round of
Oh, get fucking right.
stuff.
That's 20 again.
Hits.
11, 16, 17, 22.
The second arrow follows just half a second later as Julius, you're quick on your draw, especially not having to reach for another arrow with your magical bow. It just summons a new one, and you take aim the same exact way that you did the first time, and another arrow, and just like when he blew the head off of someone, you hear this slight boom as it connects with the owlbear. There's just it's still alive, but there's on one of its shoulders, like a big chunk of meat has just been blown off, and you see the bone. It's still alive though.
Okay,
Hey, that's not-
is the meat laying down in the snow?
It's red mist on the nearby trees. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a meat chunk. Pop, plop. Then we could take that, but guess we're gonna have to kill this motherfucker.
I'd like for you to roll initiative.
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Hurt.
EPK now.
That's 14.
So
Okay.
when is Papa Owlbear coming?
He's behind you.
Oh god. 9.
Dara 9, and Julius was 14. Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, the owlbear actually goes first.
Damn.
It is.
Yeah, fucking Julius is merciless.
It is going to,
Shield the cub.
with its beak, reach down and snap the cub by the skin of its neck, and it will start barreling away from you.
It's like you
This
want to be a monster.
motherfucker.
It is full speed, 80 feet away.
It's like you wanna be a monster.
How much range does your bow have?
It's a long
Fucking-
bow, I think, so it's pretty
long,
far.
but
Oh.
it's fucking easy.
Oh,
The longbow, so it has no range whatsoever.
but like line of sight with the trees, though.
Yeah, it's getting cover. It's not an impossible shot, but it's pretty rough. Julius, you're up. It's kind of limping with the shoulder being all exposed to the bone. Do you start running after it?
We're running 35. We're running fucking 70 feet.
Your base
bonus
speed is 35 and the bonus action dash, is that it?
Yes, sir.
You're right, Rangers can do that.
Yeah.
What's up, Albert?
It still managed to get like some trees between you, so there's a slight cover, but you reduce the cover from 3/4 to half. So you line up the shot, and what do you get?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Nat
What
one.
we got?
Nat one.
We got
Nat one.
15.
That is exactly enough. You line
And
up
then-
the shot perfectly. It scrapes against the bark, but this near sonic arrow just blasts that bark off on its path and finds its way through the tree line to connect with its target. So, damage.
Boom. 7-11. 13, 20, 25. Extra attack.
It's
12.
not necessary. The first arrow.
Well, I want to shoot
Connects.
the kid as well. No. Just kidding.
Well, with this arrow that you line up perfectly, how much damage did you say was total?
25.
Okay. Right. The arrow hits the owlbear mother in the head,
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus
no.
Christ.
and it
Make even
blasts half the face. Gone in an instant.
worse.
And the cub
Don't
being
say that.
held in its beak
Don't.
takes a
We have such a nice DM.
it takes a part of the damage.
It don't die.
I don't know. The owlbear mother just collapses in the middle of its sprint there. You're not sure what happened to the kid. It's still like 50 feet away from you.
50 feet. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you weren't like right next to it.
Yeah, exactly.
When it started. So
That
Dara probably comes like running up to you after a while.
Oh, yeah, I'm running to the kid then. Fucking, I don't want to.
Okay.
The Julius isn't that heartless.
Okay, yeah.
Also,
Sure.
now he's
How the kid look? Survival. I want to help the kid. Help the kid, though, goddammit.
Julius is a monster.
Yeah.
Help the kid.
How
Like,
do you
it
expect?
would almost be kinder to let the kid die.
How do you expect to get the owlbear back?
You run up to the kid, and while the blast only seems to have injured it, its massive mother falling right on top of it seems to have been enough to push it over the edge to where it is gone.
Goners. It's
Monster.
goners when I come up to it.
Yes.
Damn.
You.
Resurrection.
So we have all agreed that Storm is the lesser evil right now.
No.
Yes.
No, Storm never killed that owlbear cub.
You know,
Yes.
kids are heartless.
Hey, remember when
But
you were
he
still in
did want to-
Mistvale with Carl the Rabbit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, he
That
wanted
was
to
the
eat
storm.
No.
He
I'm
was
just
run
reminding
over,
you guys. It was just Arisa playing with a rabbit and letting it go, and it got run over by a carriage.
Wasn't that in like Riverport?
It was in Riverport.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, that was in Riverport. But I think it was like right when you got there, so fair enough.
Dara, check it out! I killed them! I can't... Oh, we got food for days!
You like sprinted up, you like pushed the big body to the side, found the dead little one, just like tossed it aside, and then like, Dara! Dara!
Dara, are you... Just check it out! We don't need to eat porridge!
Are you serious
We got-
that you're gonna eat that?
It's an owlbear. This is fancy meat.
Do you even know what an owlbear tastes like?
You know, I don't ask my chef what food he cooks, so maybe.
The big question is it gamey like bear or is it chicken like, for the owl?
I don't know. You'll
Well,
have to
that
try.
we'll see. Okay, let's help me cut up some owlbear. Fritz
Don't
is
eat
gonna
it
love
raw.
this. No, cut up and go and ask if we can cook it at the fireplace. Yeah.
I suppose you've already killed it. Might as well just eat it.
Yes. What's wrong with killing it?
I point.
We're hunting for food.
I point to the cub.
Yeah, you just see the
Yeah, well-
mangled body of the cub.
Yeah,
That's just been tossed aside.
we entered its suffering.
By killing its mother.
No, it died the same time as I killed the mother.
I think there was like a little delay between you killing the cub and the mother dying.
Well, it's a circle of life, Dara. When you buy meat at the butcher, what has the butcher done with the meat? He killed the mother, right? So, stop talking trash.
Okay, I retract my statement. Yes, Storm is the lesser evil.
Oh, what have the butcher done to the meat?
So why? Now come and help. Sing.
Oh.
Yeah, you just see like before Julius is even quite finished with his sentence, his knife is already digging into the stomach of this owlbear, just like gutting it.
You mean he wasn't doing that before he was talking? Oh,
We got some spell we can store stuff in.
no.
It's unfortunate. We want to take as much of this as possible.
Dara, you just remember like a bag of holding would have been good to have, huh?
Yeah, real nice. So we're gonna
not
murder Storm.
We have some hours left before the other ones wake up. We can set up a fire here and just cook some. No, get to learn to know each other more.
You know what? We've already killed it. Might as well eat it.
Perfect.
I'll find some wood.
Do you think the cub is tastes better or the big one? I think the cub tastes better. Because that
Like a snack.
Oh god! Oh god!
As in the chicken, the legs taste better. So let's take the legs, yeah? Let's take the legs now, and then we take the other meat to the other ones. Perfect. Go find some wood. I'll set up everything else.
Owlbear drumsticks.
Owlbear drumsticks.
Oh god!
So
Yummy.
Dara, you're just kind of defeated, roaming around picking up wood for a fire, and when you come back, Julius has just completely turned this cub into a pile of meat.
Oh god! Meat chunks everywhere.
Stick him up, and then
And now it's getting skewered, apparently.
Well, how else do you want to grill it?
yeah, we gotta get rid of him. Skewered,
Owlbear cub skew. Yep, that's Julius for you.
Well.
Almost said Storm. They're getting more and more indistinguishable.
Almost like they were the same character.
What? Storm would not do this.
Does
Sorry,
Jaxson
Ludvig.
still have tornado, or did Julius get him? I can't remember.
Julius have tornado.
Julius is on tornado duty.
Yeah.
So tornado's sitting there like snacking on the face of
Yeah,
like
yeah, of course.
one of the owl bears. So yeah, you cook
You
owl
just try
bear.
to pet him.
Since he's eating, he's happy for now, so he allows it.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you take the hind legs or the front legs to turn into drumsticks?
Oh yeah, right. One of them is more chicken-like, and one of them is more bear-like. Hind legs.
So both of you take a hind leg each. Tastes pretty
Yeah.
bear-like, you know, very
Fuck.
wild game kind of thing.
Something tells me
Boom.
Julius doesn't even like bear.
Better than the fucking porridge. Okay, so then we bring back as much food as possible.
Yeah, it's not that much. A lot of it goes to waste since you can't carry too much. You don't have the room for that. You don't have a bag of holding or
Understandable.
anything. So
Primarily the kid, or
well, I assume since Julius completely cut up the cub, probably take all of that and then a little bit of the mother. So the mother owlbear is just like 95% just there, left in the woods.
oh my.
Without its legs.
Oh gosh.
No, that was the cub legs.
Can you, Dara, can you
Alright.
move the big mother somehow? I see you don't have any muscles, but you know some other way to the Sapphire Inn. Huh?
I don't think I have. I'm just gonna check how long telekinesis works.
Just big owlbear corpse, just blood dripping.
You got
behind it.
telekinesis? You can just
That's
throw
We're
it.
on the trail.
I don't think it. No, I don't think it will last long enough.
Julius
for that.
zones out. He's
And I
not
don't
listening
even-
to you.
Julius
I don't-
leaves.
I wonder if I even can lift this thing because there's a weight limit to this also.
Suddenly,
did it
Julius
work?
seems to snap back to reality, having zoned out completely there for a second.
You find you think of any spells that will work? Huh?
DM,
Mm-hmm.
would you think that an owlbear, 95% of a full-grown owlbear weighs more than 1,000 pounds? You can check
Yes.
bear's weight.
Well, I'm looking here, checking a grizzly. Let's see here. KG. Here we go.
Just enough? Well, okay.
It's up to 400 pounds roughly. This is an owlbear. They're a bit bigger, so it's probably like 450 pounds.
I was looking at that polar bear, and that's what. Oh no.
No, well,
Well, I have. Oh god, I can't move. I can't take that thing into a city where I will get prosecuted for showing back. You know, I'm not gonna take that. I don't want to get in trouble with the warden again.
How are you gonna get in trouble with what?
Magic is not so very okay in here because there are people who are trained to kill magic users, and I kind of don't want to put a target on my back.
Okay, well then. What's the actual point?
oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah. My brother wanted an action scene and came and threw in the Burness, and it exploded all over me. Nice. Here,
Great. So Julius,
Thank you.
while eating the bear cub, apparently spills a lot of
Just hold on.
blood on himself. I don't know.
Bam.
Probably blood.
Weird shit.
Well, so you leave the main body of the
Yep.
mother bear, owlbear. Okay.
Yeah.
So you eventually return to the city, to the tavern. Then, is there anything else you want to do before?
Yeah.
Contemplating life choices.
Human.
Huh?
There's owlbear if you go XYZ. You can take it, grab it, and you can eat it. Serve something else
Do you
than
genuinely
garbage
think I
porridge.
care? I'm just here to do my job.
You wanna mess around? Huh? I give you tips, and you say you don't
I
care.
literally just told you I don't get paid enough for this, so just put those fists down.
I give you gold.
okay?
I give you 1 gold, and you go take the owlbear.
What am I supposed to do with an owl bear?
Do you want to eat porridge the rest of your life?
I don't care. What's wrong with porridge?
Owlbear is more healthy.
Doubtful.
Drop the mic.
Nutritional value.
1 gold, you go get the freaking.
I'm literally still at work.
Yeah, but I'll take your spot for a minute or two.
No. I'll literally get fired.
Okay, can you wake up the old man with 1 tooth? Teeth? Hey, tooth?
What
Tooth
are you
fairy?
talking about?
The man with 1 tooth?
I don't know a man with 1 tooth.
Him, the one with not the girl that owns this place, but the husband, you know?
You're talking about Dunbrecht?
Yeah.
He almost has a full set of teeth. He's like missing one.
Oh, yeah, right. I get those mixed up.
Fucking stupid.
Dara, you realize now why Julius did not want to do his math homework.
Yeah.
Well, no, Dunbrecht is probably sleeping right now. Okay, I'm not gonna wake him up.
Just leave him alone,
Yeah,
Julius.
the girl said that this was the best, that the sci-fi made this the best in whole Dawnworld. She's talking mad trash. Come now, I can show you the way.
Do you think I care about anything that you're saying? Like, literally, this is just my part-time job. I just want to make a bit of extra cash. Like, I don't care about you.
Yeah, well, I said 1 gold together, Albert. That's probably more than your salary in a month.
Julius, stop bothering the innkeep.
Yeah, I Fortnite after you have.
Oh. Oh.
You just met with like a flat deadpan stare. Like, literally, I don't know what that was, but that was literally the most cringe thing I've seen.
Okay, I go. You know, you said that there's more people in the common room. Is anyone awake?
I mean, there are a few that are like awake. Most of them are sleeping. Most of the ones that aren't sleeping are drunk. You see this this dwarf with like a big ginger beard that there's like alcohol that is just like spilled all over his beard.
Hey. There's an owlbear out in the woods, I know where. You can grab that shit and you can eat that instead of this porridge, you know? And you can make everyone happy in this place.
Hold that there. I had a wee bit too much to drink. Please can I take that from the top? What?
Owlbear in the woods. You look strong, manly man. We go take the owlbear here, and you're the savior of the day, savior of the Sapphire Inn.
You know how much an owlbear weighs?
Yeah, but just take your alcohol friends and we can take it together.
Can you take, I reckon it'd take probably a dozen of us to transport
Perfect.
that. Lads are all asleep. It's what, 4 a.m.? Lad, you
Yeah.
need to manage your expectations.
We're going now? Wake up your friends, let's go.
I've now finished my drink. And I'd take a while to run around half the lowlands to gather in all the lads. It's
Well done.
nothing that I can get done in a minute or two.
The owlbear is XYZ. Oh, there. Thank me later.
Plus me, I
See
don't
you
know
later,
XYZ
alligator.
means.
Bing bong!
It means up the road, take a left turn at this big rock, and then find the big corpse 700 feet away from there.
I haven't left the city in a while. I don't know. It's the rock you're speaking of.
Well, it's a little path down up to the mountains. It's more of a passageway, you know, that more of a natural road, not like one of those man-made things.
I'm just going to finish my drink and maybe another after that, maybe one more after that as well. But thanks. I suppose.
Okay, Dara, what do we do now?
Contemplate our life choices. And you know, you could always... Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do with the cub.
Yeah, I will give it to Fritz when he wakes up and he can eat.
It's raw.
Well, is there anything else you want to do? Otherwise, we'll skip forward until morning comes.
No.
Yeah, skip forward.
Well, in that case, I think that's a good place to take a break. So we'll run off and do our things, and then we'll group up again.
We have things?
Define things.
All right. Well, we'll see you when we're done with everything we want to do. So see you.
Dinner, most.
See you about 6 hours or so.
Seems accurate enough. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And we are live again with the Let's Not Kill But Maybe Maim Storm Squad. Hello.
Maybe. Please.
And welcome. I hope you've enjoyed your break. Only took like an hour and then some. So we're back. Yeah.
So it was a very quick break for once.
Yes.
Like hour 13 minutes, something like that, I think.
Compared to our normal breaks.
Some are quite long, yes. Well, where we last
We should
left
not
off,
be allowed to go on breaks.
we had finally gotten to the point where everybody that isn't Dara and I almost called you Justin, Julius.
Baby! Yeah.
Justin the intern and Arisa. Everybody else has now also awoken from their slumber. So, Fritz is probably the first one since he's in the common room. Just kind of comes over to the table, just sits down, doesn't say much really, just gives you a nod. Dara doesn't really acknowledge the intern too much.
I don't give him owlbear.
Then soon thereafter, Jaxson comes down from the stairs and joins the party. You had a decent night's sleep. The bed looked more comfortable than it was. Cheap materials made to look good, not to really be ideal for the humanoid back. But it's decent enough. So yeah, you join the others. You see at this point the human that was tending the bar kind of looks up towards the door, and Dunbrecht and Ayla, the actual owner and waiter, I guess, come in and they thank the human temporary barkeep who takes their leave and ends their night shift. You see Dunbrecht kind of comes over to your table. So breakfast, anyone?
You want some owlbear, Jax?
Sure.
There you go!
I thought owlbears were supposed to be bigger.
Yeah, 95% of the owlbear is still in the woods.
Okay.
You can go get it, Albrecht, if you like.
Dunbrecht. It's Dunbrecht. Not
Dunbrecht.
I don't know an Albrecht.
No, me neither. You want to go get the owlbear for food storage, you know, it's X, Y, and Z.
I don't know what X, Y, and Z means, but
It's beside the rock outside the establishment. A little further down.
Ah,
Down
you
left.
mean the big rock with the nose?
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask some of the lads then. Thank you.
Perfect.
I have a question. Do you know any place in the town where you can find wanted posters?
Well,
Like, is there a place where they're like, where you can like see most of them?
I reckon if you go to any of the town squares up in the mountain parts, on Mount Maeve, for instance, when I last visited the clan, I saw a few on notice board on.
Do you remember any of them?
Escaped fugitives from the mines. Happens every once in a while, not too often though. Believe there was last one was a trio of folks. Didn't pay much attention to it though. Nobody
Oh,
here
you
in the
didn't-
lowlands cares.
You didn't see how much money?
I don't know. I never pay attention. As I said, nobody that lives here in the lowlands cares. It's the fancy people up on the mountains.
Understand.
That's the only ones that actually care. We know that you might get shanked when you're out in the streets here anyway, so it's, you know, half the people there are either fugitives with bounties or they should have.
But thank you for the information.
No worries, no worries. Anything else, Jaylee? Anything? No.
No.
Just admiring your fancy sapphire.
Right. No, I'm happy for you. I'm real glad that you find such enjoyment in that thing. You know, it's not that special after all, is it? I mean, that's a little thing in the greater scheme of things. You know, right? You know, it's material things so insignificant. I think it's more about what it represents. You know.
Right.
Don't get too hung up on seeing artifacts and things. That's just my advice, you know. That's
You don't think those blue gems have the power that
that's
everyone speaks of?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying maybe, you know, don't care too much about the actual physical things. You know, a lot of the things out there are not as noteworthy as they seem. You know. Have you ever heard of that big cube in Lexora? No? Well, it's they say it's cute,
Wait, where?
in Lexora, capital of Belaeronia. It's a big architectural cube.
Made by Daedalus?
No, it's just a cube.
Cube.
Some modern architect that decided to go away from traditional things. You know, the Belaeronians, they're artists. They do things unconventional ways. There's this big cube in the middle of Lexora. Anyway, it's a big, just plain cube of stone. People say that it's marvelous and that it's something worth seeing, but I don't really get it. You know, it's just a cube. That's just a sapphire. You know, it's just a thing.
Right.
But I think what it represents is better. You know, it does represent, you know, hope and that people can rise from the from nothing. You know, just look at our king. And that cube in Lexora represents. I'm not much of an art person. I don't know what that represents, honestly. But I'm sure it's something. Artistic freedom. Don't know.
Right.
Sure you don't want anything? Porridge? It's on the house.
I think we are all good.
Alright. In that case, have a good one. Remember
You
to
too.
tell my wife if you need the rooms for another night. I think...
It won't be necessary.
Right. Thank you. And he walks off. Walks over to another table and is like, hi, what can I do for you?
Right.
Arisa, I just want to ask, do you head back to the others straight away when you wake up, or?
I go check first upon the. I go check upon on the gateway I
Yeah,
made.
okay.
After that, I would use once again ritual cast commune with nature to check if something has happened in the forest.
Everything is basically the same. You get the sense that the owlbear population has decreased a little bit, but other than that, it's all the same.
I would like to go investigate that.
No.
Oh.
Nah, it's not that specific.
Oh, shame! I was gonna give it a burial.
Oh.
Well, all you'd find is
Oh, well,
some
no.
cub skin and then an almost intact owlbear mother.
Yeah, I reanimated. I'm now a necromancer. Yeah, no, I head back to town.
You know,
Jaxson
Slowly
Jake
would
walk.
would be a real dick if he decided, there's gonna be a snowstorm right after we leave and destroy the entire plant thing.
Could be.
Real mean that.
Could be. Could
I will
be.
say though, Arisa, since you stayed up working a bit longer, you're probably gonna join them after like an hour or so. Just that you know.
That makes sense. I thought it would be longer actually.
I'd say it's roughly an hour. It was like 15 minutes to fly up there. I guess you did take a rest, but it's like roughly an hour. I can't be bothered being more precise than that.
Appreciate it.
The rest of you, you're all together there in the inn. Is there anything you want to do or say?
Just chatting, I guess.
No, nothing from Talkby Birdson.
All right.
Just waiting on Arisa.
Eventually, after a little over an hour, Arisa comes in through the doors, not as an eagle, I assume, but as the woman.
That's a
What,
common
not as an
Aasimar.
eagle?
That's a, in quotation, common Aasimar.
You know, the normal 0.001%.
Hey, you forgot like 3 zeros there.
No, that's a chance for 2 being in the same room.
And
Sure,
there
sure.
are.
Yeah.
True. True.
So,
True, fucking true.
are we guys going to leave?
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah. So before that, guys, I just wanted to give you a sit rep. I found these ancient inscriptions on the ground. So I'm pretty sure, or I found the right location.
Nice.
You're also an Aasimar. Can you read this? And I hand over like my notebook with the text.
Don't worry, Jaxson is smart.
Okay, so Jaxson, what languages do you speak?
Southern, Northern, Celestial, Arcanan.
Okay.
Probably those.
This is interesting. Because with your linguistic knowledge, you speak both Arcanan and Celestial. Arcanan is an interesting language because it's not a natural language to begin with, not quite anyway. It is an attempt by the early members of the Arcanum to create a language based on the very language that magic is built upon. And the script that you see here, while there is some Celestial to it, there are a lot of similarities to Arcanan. Neither is quite right. But since Arcanan is that approximation of the very language of magic, it's not perfect, it's an approximation. You get the sense that this, whatever language this is what Arcanan attempts to mimic. And it is what has, perhaps over thousands of years of time, turned into Celestial.
That was too much for him.
I'll just wait until Leon returns here.
He won't.
You were wrong, he did. So, you get a better sense of the entire context than Arisa was ever was able to discern. This is some sort of magical circle dedicated to Abjuris. It appears to be linked to some ritual of protection. What exactly that is difficult to tell, but this is something very ancient.
Ooh.
And you know, the thing about the original language of magic, it's weird, because although you can understand it in the moment, it's something that fades from memory in a way. So when you're able to understand the context, you can't quite retain the exact meaning of it, but you understand the ritual to some extent. You understand being able to decode this through Arcana and Celestial both. You understand without really knowing the words. It's this weird thing. It's the same thing with spells. You can learn how to say the incantation for the spell, but you can't truly know the words. You can hear it and you can recognize it, but you can't know the words. You can't think them in the same way you would think normal words. Because it's something that perhaps mortal minds were never meant to fully comprehend.
Okay.
And that is essentially the text of this circle.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh,
It's-
could we try combining our like knowledge to try to decode it
it's
even more than?
It's too complex for you guys.
Well, when that's what Jaxson gives you, then no.
Yeah, I think I have my answer. You're right. You're right.
No, I understand it, but I think it would go over your heads.
Yeah.
Right, so are we leaving now?
Yes, I believe that we should.
Arisa, did you plan something up there that we could teleport to later?
I arranged something. Yes.
Oh, lovely. Then we will. Then we can go to a tree.
All right.
Dang it. Oh, well.
We're going helping Storm.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Sturm.
Start.
Let's go.
See, Tornado at this point peeks out with his head. It's like, huh?
Storm.
Upon hearing
Who's
that you're helping Storm,
Yeah.
he gets all excited.
Oh, don't worry, Tornado. Oh, he's good as dead.
He just gets the 1,000-yard stare,
Yeah.
and then just slips back into the bag, disappearing.
Don't worry, he doesn't like Arisa anyway.
So you continue on then.
Before I leave,
Yes.
I will leave last. But when I stand in the doorway, I will just pull out say, hey barkeep, and I will pull out my blooded sapphire.
You see, she's like, and then almost does a double take. She looks over at the fireplace to see wait, that's not.
When she looks, I will just leave.
Wait, what?
Mysterious.
And you walk away.
Good.
So
He was chosen.
you all walk to the outskirts of the city. You head on over to a tree of Arisa's choosing, and Arisa, I assume that you open the gate to the closest.
Will the young hunter mention the owlbear?
I think he's walking around.
Well,
with
I'm walking
cart-
around with owlbear. I gave Jaxson some owlbear.
I'm talking in the remains of the owlbear.
I guess you see Fritz snacking on a piece of meat. And you don't know where that came from because you know that the inn didn't serve it.
That I'm not questioning.
Great.
I don't know,
That's
in that case,
confusing,
unless Julius offers something to you, or...
Yeah, I would probably do it. Arisa, you want some owlbear?
Where did you get owlbear?
You know, I'm a hunter. I just went out here in the woods. You see that?
You
nose
bought
there?
it from a local store. Got it.
No, I
Anyway,
quick
through
scoped it. I
this
quick
tree.
scoped it.
Through this tree.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Run.
Okay, so you just open the tree then.
Yeah, and continue to patronize the intern.
As it should be. So you walk through, everybody has to hurry to get through it so that it doesn't close in anyone's face. And you appear in the intersection leading off to the northwest, where you're headed now to find Elder Dean, the village that you're looking for. So, it's going to be about 1 full day and a little more to get there. So you'll probably get there like early tomorrow.
Alright.
But you'll need to, you know, you may actually be able to push through the night if that is what you want, but that runs you at the risk of exhaustion.
I think we want to sleep.
Oh,
before.
with Fritz' help, how much can we get there?
That is
Or are you
with
counting-
Fritz. That is with
Like,
Fritz.
we need to rest before
Yeah.
like attempting to rescue Storm because we need to teleport via plants again.
Rescue Storm?
I'm sorry, Meme Storm.
Rescue Storm? What the Storm did?
What? No,
See,
like
he went undercover.
we are just here to help him out.
No,
you
no, no, no,
know.
no. Oh, I bring him slightly to the side, like not out of ear's reach, but just, you know,
Mhm.
gesture. You see, Storm went on a really dangerous mission. He went deep, deep undercover. He's pretending to have switched side.
Ooh, this
He's,
what?
he's gonna fight us tooth and limb. And it's gonna seem like he doesn't want us to do what we're going to do.
He's gonna try to
But
kill
he'll...
me?
No, no, no.
He's gonna try
Well,
to kill me?
he might. But he won't actually try.
Ah.
But you.
This
you
is
have
why
to
I
be,
like Sturm most in
you have to be on your guard. You have to be on your guard and defend yourself as if he were to try to kill you. Because he will put on a good show. He will put on a show. Oh.
Yeah, Dad has done that many times.
What is really important here is for you to remember, no matter what Storm says, that he has left specific instructions for this, and we are not to trust his words until the mission is over, because everything he does since going undercover has been for the sake of the mission. You know how impressive Storm is. Yes, he might seem like a different person when we meet him. So still yourself.
Yeah.
For soon you will meet your hero.
Play fighting. Yes, let's go.
Even before he gets shot in the head by someone.
If we used inspiration, I would always want to see inspiration for that one.
You know, screw it, take it.
Wait, can I actually take
I mean,
it?
sometimes when you remind me that it exists, I'll give it out, so, you know.
I just remembered it existed.
Yeah, I mean, inspiration is one of those things that if you just remind the DM, you're probably gonna get.
Yeah, well, it is.
I'll give
I was
it.
going
That
to
was
like
good. I
joke
enjoyed
about
that.
something, and then was like, oh wait, this actually becomes a real thing of like, how do I get him to not keel
Yeah.
over as soon as we see Storm?
No, I'll give you one because you reminded me, and because that was good. I like that.
Appreciate it.
That was smooth. That was smooth.
Well, as you keep moving on, does anyone want to do anything along the journey of the day, or?
Kill the intern.
No, we're not gonna kill the intern. What the fuck?
Fine.
Hunt the owlbear. I want to check for owlbear.
Make a
I'll
survival
help
check.
him.
Okay,
Survival
make it on
check.
advantage, I guess, since the rest doesn't help.
Shit, that's 14.
You're
That was
unsure if
stupid,
there are
man.
owl bears in these parts.
Damn.
You know, Actually, when you think about it, you're not even sure why you found one, because they should be hibernating this time of the year.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, that's even scarier with a kid.
Yeah, real weird, you know. As far as you know, I mean, owlbears tend to be more bear than owl, and bears do hibernate over winter, so weird. But it doesn't matter because you killed it anyway.
Yep.
But no, you don't find it anymore. Does anyone else do anything along the day's journey?
No.
Oh.
Not really, no.
So, the first half of the day or so is spent kind of traveling along the main road, the highway. And then around the afternoon, you have to swerve off into the woods and kind of follow these smaller paths. And you travel more kind of north. And you continue on like that until it is kind of starting to grow later, and it's getting a bit dark.
Time to homeseed.
As you are getting relatively close to the end of the day's travels, it's already dark at this point, and you're thinking like maybe we'll travel for another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll set up camp for the night. What's everybody's passive perception?
11.
You said it was
18.
dark, right?
It's dark, yes.
15.
Okay, then I get my full on 15.
18, boy.
So, Dara, Arisa, and Julius, you hear off in the distance, further along in the direction that you're headed. This seems to be pretty far away. You can just barely hear it. At first, you think maybe this is a barn owl or something, but it's some sort of shriek, screaming.
Oh no.
Yo, they're screaming over there. Party, party.
No, Julius, this sounds like terrified screams.
Yo, someone is dying over there. Dying, dying.
He's a 13-year-old kid, Jacob. What did you expect?
Run.
He's seen some things in the past few days, man.
We're
We don't-
saviors.
I
We're
transform into a giant eagle and fly out
I
straight up.
hop on his back.
I wait for him to jump on my
Okay.
back.
Okay. Yeah, you swing onto the back, really acting like this is what Storm would do, is what you think to yourself as you leap
is
up on
Captain
Arisa's back.
Yeah.
And you like point forwards like a captain, and you pull out the bow as you start going. Okay, so you fly
this.
quickly that way.
Yeah.
Um,
And up to see what's going on.
Mhm.
Essentially. So that I like,
Well, now
I'm getting
Storm knows we are
closer.
here.
Like, so I'm getting closer, but I want to make sure that I have enough time to, if it's, like, depending on the situation, be able to return to the party.
right. So, either you can roll a perception check each, or you can choose to have one of you
Insight?
roll advantage. No,
We both
this is
roll. We
perception
both
because you're
roll.
looking for the source of this. Okay, so you sure.
Yeah,
roll a
yeah, but
perception check each.
insight is the advantage on wisdom perception checks, relying on sight. It's giant eagle.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay, yeah.
26.
What did you think I said?
I thought you said insight, like the skill insight.
Oh no. No.
26.
Well, I'm happy about the advantage because it went from a natural 7 to a natural 19.
Perfect.
And that's total.
Give me 1 second. I just need to double check that I don't have proficiency in perception. No, I do not. 24.
Okay, you're fast as an eagle. You go dashing in the direction of these screams, and you come to a clearing where you can the first thing you see is the smolders or the smoldering of a campfire that has just been extinguished. And in this last dying light from the fire, you see maybe 10 or so bodies on the ground. And you see two figures. One this armored soldier with a purple cloak that is fighting, sword in hand, shield in the other, against a dark-clad figure that is moving like twice as fast as you would expect. Has this dagger in hand and just with ease parries the sword from the soldier and stabs it right into his throat, and then looks up. You can't see anything. There's a full mask covering this figure. There's like billowing cloak, just all black. Looks up, sees you, and goes dashing into the tree lines, and you lose sight of them. But you see the aftermath of the battle. These 10 or so slain soldiers in what seems to have been their camp.
Do all the soldiers look like they're the same?
You'd
Like
have to
same
land to
uniform?
investigate this closer, but from up here, as far as you can tell, you only see the only color you see on any of the soldiers is purple.
Have we seen purple before, or in any of the countries?
Thramera is currently at war with Belaeronian, and their flag is purple.
Belaeron is purple.
No,
Blue.
Thramera. You are in Belaeron, and Thramera is
Okay.
currently invading
Yeah.
Belaeron.
Belaeron is blue.
Which would mean that this is most likely an invading force, a small, perhaps scouting troop of Thramerans that have snuck through the enemy lines and are pushing into the country on a special mission, perhaps.
We don't like
sure.
Romeros, right? Let's go!
Yeah, you're Osarian. Osaria is allied with Belaeron, and a lot of Osarian soldiers are currently deployed in Belaeron fighting with them against
Yeah.
Thramera. So,
Let's go, Arisa!
Because of him saying that, I'm gonna dive down and see if I can land on. Can I land and like try to knock him prone by just the sheer force of me attacking into him and then like start a combat like that? Like basically just landing on him as a giant eagle.
wait, who do you want to land on?
One of them rode into the forest.
No.
And then we have
the figure you saw that disappeared was the last person alive. They stuck the dagger into the last soldier, saw you, and disappeared. You have no idea where this person
okay,
went.
sorry. I thought the Thromeran guy.
No. The last Thrameran, you watched as the last Thrameran soldier got killed.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
And whoever that was just vanished. Like,
How far
Quick.
away is the rest of the party?
not terribly far, but whoever that it was is going to get away by the time all of you can group up here.
Well then, I give out a screech and try to pursue whoever was there,
Okay.
and
I'm gonna-
hoping that our ranger can identify it together with me,
Okay,
like flying and finding the person.
I'm gonna need you to make another perception check then.
Let's
Sight.
find it. I make perception check as well.
So much for the element of surprise.
Yeah. Surprise is.
18.
22.
Okay. There's no trace of this person.
We're in the forest.
It's like they straight up vanished. Like you fly over, you know the general direction. It's
Roughly
a
where are
relatively
we, did you
sparse
say?
forest as well. Huh?
Roughly where were we?
You mean on the
Did you say?
map?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're past the intersection and like at the top of the square.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
the northwest. So you're
yeah.
like
So we
half
were-
a day's travel from Elderdean.
Yeah, exactly. Did they flee north or?
Yeah, roughly, like kind of northeastish.
Okay. After scouting a while, I guess, we would gather at the incident site.
Okay, I will ask the rest of you, or Jaxson and Dara in this case.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Dara, at least, you heard the scream clearly. You know where they flew off to. Are you going to run toward the source as well?
Running is a little bit extreme.
Yeah, I would have
Walk
stopped her.
at a brisk pace.
So you just kind of walk towards the area.
Yeah.
Okay. So you get there, and as you do, that's roughly when Arisa kind of comes flying back with Julius and sweeps down and lands, having already given up on their chase. And the
Enough
two of
is a
you
strong word.
and Fritz, of
Failed.
course. You also see now, and Jaxson, you being Thrumaran, easily identify the Thrumaran soldiers. They are without a doubt.
But the Tromarian? Oh no, I didn't know.
A cool guy killed the Thromarans. We happy.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, we did not. Or did you see anything I didn't see, Arisa?
Arisa at this point turns back as concurs with it. No, not really, and then relays the description as accurately as possible of how this individual looked. However, it's not much enlightenment there.
I think
I would like to, as soon as giving the debrief, start looting and seeing what I can find in the camp.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Well, that wasn't great.
Someone can help.
Investigation is...
Yeah, Dara will help.
Then on advantage.
Even though
Okay.
Dara herself have advantage.
Well, that's much better, because that was a nat 20.
And that sure helps.
You went from a nat 3 to a nat 20. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that becomes a 23.
Okay. So there are two things mainly. The first thing that you can conclude for certain is that this is a scouting party. They're dressed to travel light and to travel quickly. Judging by their camp and all that, they seem to have kind of snuck around from the northwest. They must have somehow gotten through maybe the mountains, or right at the foot of the mountains, somewhere in that direction where the Belaeronian defense is probably weak. The second thing is that you find a piece of parchment on what seems to have been the commander, which was the last person slain in the battle, the person you saw die. And the parchment basically is orders that tells them that they are to look for what areas of the Belaeronian defense is the weakest. Basically spying mission, though not like spying as in mingling with society.
Report back
like,
about group movements and areas of weakness, areas of strength, etc.
And the thing that you see towards the end is this small warning, and it says, "And beware of the specter of Hammersworth. This thing, whatever it is said to be haunting the area you're going to, killing Thrumaran soldiers. You don't want to end up like the others."
That's badass.
Okay,
Good thing that we only have two.
Jaxson.
You want to meet
Jaxson.
I will just add real
Time for you
quick.
to abandon party.
I will just add real quick, since you rolled so high. Hammersworth refers to Belaerian Hammersworth, who is the first person to rebel against Thumera a long time ago during the first attempt at Belaeronian independence. It is what the country was eventually named after, Belaerian Belerin. So whatever this is, it's the specter of Hammersworth, Belaerian Hammersworth. Make of it what you will, but it is definitely at least a reference to what is sort of a patron saint of Belerin.
Make what you will from it. Okay, I'll make a chicken lasagna.
Sure. You take some spectre, you take some hammers, some worthy things, and you make a lasagna of it.
No, but yeah.
Does every soldier have like the same boots?
I mean, as samey that military boots are.
Mm-hmm. Can I check for like other footprints?
Make an investigation or survival check. You can choose.
Let me see here, which is better. Oh, okay, right. That's 19.
Okay. You look around and you see in the area where the fight was happening, there are a set of footprints, slightly smaller than the rest. Like not small, but a little bit smaller than the other footprints here. That are a bit different. And they have kind of been running around in the midst of this fight. But as you follow them towards the edge of this clearing where the figure was seen disappearing into, you see the last like 3 footsteps get lighter and lighter to the point where the final footstep is almost completely invisible, and it is in the snow. Like, it's snow in this area. The last footstep barely, it's so light that it barely even touched the snow.
Okay,
And there's nothing else after that.
And the shape of like the footprint.
Normal boot, but distinguishable from the others, and as I said, a little bit smaller than the other footprints that you see from the soldiers.
How big was like Storm's shoes?
I mean, Storm has some pretty unique feet. He's a
Yeah,
lizard
but he had like.
They would be pretty big.
Okay,
Because his feet are oddly shaped. When wearing normal boots, they have to be a bit bigger to make room for everything. So this is definitely not Storm unless he cut off half his feet.
Spectre of Hammersworth?
Yeah,
You know-
Storm seems like the guy who would repel.
I will also
rebel,
say,
you're right there.
whoever this figure was did not have a tail.
Can I make a history check on this specter?
Sure.
Meanwhile,
And can I use
that's
my,
going on, I wanted to start
psychometry?
ritual
Yes. Will, what did you say?
casting. Like while he's doing that, start ritual casting.
What are you ritual casting?
Commune with nature to check for creatures, abjurations, and planar links. So whether it be animals, weird creatures, or planar links.
Yeah. We'll start with Jaxson though.
Yeah, exactly. It's
psychometry.
meanwhile.
So what do you get?
25.
Ew.
24.
Okay. It's interesting. You kind of reach out with your innate ability to sense things unnatural and dark. It's weird. The Spectre of Hammersworth. You don't get the sense that this is something undead. This is not an actual spectre. And Arisa, you can later confirm this because you sense no undeads in the area. This is not, in fact, the ghost of Belaeronian Hammersworth, which was unlikely to begin with. It is just a name that was coined by the Thromerans. You would know this, Jaxson, especially since Belaeronian Hammersworth was well known to prefer that people used his first name, Belaerian. And that every Belaeronian would know that the Spectre of Hammersworth, while it may have been adopted by others, it's originally a name that Thromerans invented. Whatever this is, it's something living. It's not something, it's someone.
Do I know of like how long it's been around?
With your grim psychometry, you get a sense that this is definitely something that started with the war, no earlier than that. Like, you've never heard of the Spectre of Hammersworth before. The war has only been going on for a couple of months at this point. this is something that hunts, or someone that hunts through Marin soldiers pushing into Belaeron. And more specifically, you get the sense with your grim psychometry that the events here are all, in a sense, centered around Elderdine. You can kind of, like, with your grim psychometry, almost get a vision, just a quick flash of every camp of Thermaran soldiers that have been targeted. They are all within a certain radius of Elderdine. Arisa, with your commune with nature, everything is in order. And perhaps that is even more scary. There is...
Nothing is disturbed by the... no creatures are alarmed or anything like that, really.
Within 3 miles? No. It's really like a ghost moved through the area, killed these soldiers and disappeared, but you know that it was no ghost because there are no undeads here. You...
What time of day is it?
Area. You mean the date? Or...
No, what time of day?
Oh, time of day, sorry. This would be late. This would be like 9-10 p.m. maybe. This is like right as
I
you're about
cast
to...
without ritual casting, so it takes 1 minute. Commune with nature again and focus in on buildings or anywhere where somebody could take shelter.
I mean, within 3 miles, there are like some minor, like old shacks, things like that, but there's nothing weird. There are no weird buildings, just like...
No, I'm not looking for anything necessarily weird. I'm looking for anything I could quickly get to if I were to be, for example, that specter. And hide in.
There are some nearby shacks. The person or creature, whatever you want to call the specter of Hammersworth, did not seem to be headed directly for one, judging by the direction that they disappeared off into. You don't sense a building that is like directly in that perfect like direction. It is possible that they're looping around and just trying to throw you off. You can never know. But you know, there is nothing major. So even if there is some sort of temporary hideout, it would be like an old like a hunting shack kind of thing. But yeah, there are like a couple, like 3 within the 3 mile radius that you can sense.
Arisa.
Yeah.
Can you cast scrying?
Yeah. Wait,
This
no.
is-
It's what level
It's a
is
fifth.
trying at?
I think it's a 5th level.
5th, then I can do it.
Should be.
Then I can do it. When we're on
this
the travel,
might-
I will have scrying.
This might be quite a long shot, but could you scry on Clarice?
Oh shit!
I like that idea. I like your idea, yeah.
Damn.
I like your idea a lot. Let me just start preparing a bit. I'll get back to your request.
Do we know anything that Clarice always has with her?
Well, more specifically, I need something of hers.
No, I know how scrying works. I'm just thinking of like an object she's usually carrying.
Well, nothing that Storm doesn't have.
Well, if you're thinking about the secondary effect of not scrying on her directly, then that
No,
won't
I was
work.
thinking
because
of
that-
locate. Like I know that our little intern here can
you mean
locate.
locate
I know
object,
one.
yeah.
I know one. The Black Pearl. She has one of those.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen it, right? Probably.
The intern hasn't.
Do we have seen the object? Or just
A black
Well,
pearl.
we kind of just assume because all.
oh,
of the
it has to be
others have-
familiar to you.
But also,
The intern has not
if
seen
you're
it, the rest
talking
of you
about
do.
locate object is very short distance.
Yeah, I know it's 1,000 feet. It was just more in case, like you could
If
do
the person
both.
is still nearby.
Mhm.
That
And
will-
also, we don't know if that pearl got,
Yeah.
so taken away from her when she lost her rank.
And it's
So,
like you need to be familiar
anyway.
with the object.
Yep.
I wouldn't count in. Would I count in as knowing the target well?
With Clarice.
Yes. Because
She was
I
our
did
boss.
work with her as well in
Yeah, no, you
the
did.
non-antagonistic way.
Yeah.
However, I'm also one of those who worked the least with her as well, in that sense, because of the fact that I wasn't antagonistic.
I'd say you've spent quite a bit of time, like, in your in the coworker's weird way and in your slightly different way. I'd
I'm
give
also
you that. I'll
quite
say that.
proficient in insight, so I guess like technically I would be reading her.
Yeah,
I guess.
like she's no stranger to you. You all
Yeah.
know her. Like she's not family, obviously. She's not even a friend for
Yeah,
various
but I
reasons.
know her
but
well. That's all they say.
I'd say enough
It's like
for the scrying.
if your knowledge is secondhand, firsthand, or familiar.
Yeah, no, I would say
in this-
familiar because first hand
Yeah.
seems to me more like you met them once or twice.
Yeah,
in
it says
like
you met the target.
Yeah.
The other one is you know the target well. In parentheses,
Yeah.
familiar.
For better or worse,
like-
yes.
Yeah.
I will count it as that.
So. Yeah, I don't roll anything, right?
No, she will make a save, and
It's
how
-5.
well you know her and all that.
Yeah,
will
she has a
determine-
-5 to her proficiency, or to her bonus.
Save.
Sorry, to her roll. Save. Thank you.
Okay.
And my thing would be what now again?
17, I think.
How do you count it? Like
8 plus 4 plus 5. Like
Yeah.
8 proficiency.
exactly 8 plus 4 plus 5. Yeah, that would check.
You look. Do you have a mirror or crystal ball?
Yes.
A mirror.
A mirror.
Yeah. Okay. So you look into the mirror, and you see the mirror shift. It's dark, but you can see through it. You see a forest.
During all of this, I would like to really focus in to see if I can remember as much details of the forest as possible to be able to locate, either like by using like locate plants and animals, or like locate or be able to scry on the location again.
Right.
Even.
You see a forest,
So-
and you see this small clearing, just enough for a temporary camp. You see a campfire that has already grown cold, and you see huddled up against a tree, swept in with a cloak. You see a tired, asleep Clarice de Lannoy.
Do I recognize the coat?
The cloak?
Coat, yeah. Sorry.
No, but it looks. It's not one you've seen before, but it is very nice in quality. It looks, while she herself looks very disheveled, like her hair is way longer than it usually is, and it's a complete mess, kind of like hanging in her face, all greasy.
Essentially, I could make the assumption she's at war, or like she's
No.
out campaigning.
You would know, along with the rest of you, that following all of your chaos in Venderthal, the thing that got your wife and co-workers sent to the Bluedale mines,
know what you
following
mean.
that, there was, with her being basically at the core of that scandal in many ways, she has essentially been stripped of her ranks and has barely been seen since.
No need to thank
Really?
Yep.
Guys, you are fucking monsters.
I mean,
You deserved
And
it.
there is like almost a moment of shock, because every time you've seen her in the past, even when she was like dueling Storm and things like that, she was always like perfect in her presentation. What you see now is someone
Troubled and
that is
a husk.
struggling. Like, you see someone that even in her sleep, she looks desperate. She looks like she has fought for her life. Like, she's not physically wounded, but she looks tired. Like, she has been running and fighting nonstop for months. Fighting mental battles, perhaps more so than physical ones, but she has kept busy and she has been struggling. Like her...
when I start seeing this, I kind of hide away the mirror.
Yeah.
Like, not fully hide it away, but like, kind of, just expose it, because it feels wrong to just expose it straight up. It's one thing, like, were to be relaying this information. It's another
only
thing
you
to
can
show
see
it.
the scribe. They can't see the reflection.
Oh, right, yeah. I thought,
No.
for a moment I thought...
They can only see, like,
yeah,
a
okay.
dark shape that kind of moves, like, waves. You are the
Everybody
only one that
just
gets the
thinks
clear
I'm a
picture.
loony, yeah.
But you see this. You see her clothes. They're not her pristine uniform. She wears, like, this half armor, half traveler's clothes that are all like, ragged. Her cloak is the only thing that is pristine. And you see, like, this bare minimum camp that she has set up. Like, she's somewhere, probably, maybe Belaeronian. The nature looks similar enough, but it's not here.
Does she have new war scars or something?
No, you that's the thing. Like, you can't see any, like, physical wounds or signs of that. She just looks exhausted.
Okay, so it's no clear signs of her being in a recent struggle, like basically nothing to indicate that. Okay.
And you know that she is skilled with a weapon. So even if she's been in a fight, even in the state she's in now, there is something in her. Like, she does not look like she has given up the fight in the slightest. If anything, she's more of a fighter now than she ever was before.
She just looks disheveled as a...
This is essentially someone who has given up on trying to seem like she has got everything under control. And is just like, she's going at it, but she couldn't care less what people see. And you get the sense that this is what was always there underneath the surface, but worse and not concealed at all.
Well, actually, that is a side that Arisa have seen, kinda. Not like as in literal term, but seen the fact that one of the first times Clarice met, like Arisa actually talked to Clarice alone, they had a conversation, and that was about the fact that Clarice did not care much for the status, and was more for what her essentially, in quotation, duty and drive, and therefore she cared about her status, because essentially the status was a symbol of her duty and her drive.
Yeah,
but
no, absolutely.
And like things like that. So
you know her to be a very goal-oriented person. Like, she has something to achieve.
So essentially, this comes both as a massive shock to Arisa, and also somehow not. Like, Arisa feels very strange that Arisa feels like she should be more taken back by this than she actually is.
Yeah.
So, like, logically, she's taken back massively, but somehow her instinct wasn't the same.
The one thing you can, of course, conclude is that whoever you are chasing after is not Clarice still, anyway.
No. But could I discern... Actually, wait. How long does scrying work for now again? It works for 10 minutes.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. So could I sketch down in my notebook what she is wearing, like her equipment, and then, and besides that, some notes about her area and location. So essentially, hopefully I can get so that even if it's very inaccurate, I could one, scry upon that area.
Yep.
Again. And two, if nothing else, try to use anything from like locate to whatever to be able to discern, or if I need to take note, basically. So I would like to essentially start up an entry in my journal that tracks Clarice.
Yeah.
And
No,
her life.
you can write down her equipment. Like the cloak is the most noticeable
and then,
one. There is like
yeah,
the
but
traveler's
basically I want to
clothes.
write down everything I noted here, like her state and everything.
Yeah.
And also write down her date so that I can, if I ever scry on her again, I can keep track.
Right.
And essentially create a timeline.
This would be the night of the 11th of Winter's Cold. That's the date.
The 9th?
11th of... It's the night. But it's the 11th of Winter's Cold. 1007 if you want the year as well.
Uh, 1011.
1007.
Yeah.
Like, I will say this. You get the sense that this is not a camp that she has stayed at for more than one night. This seems like a passing through and...
So, like, the area is not as important.
Yeah.
Why I want the area is more so I can note down. So if I notice, like, maybe through... If it come to be useful, like, 10 times from now, or if I see the area again, I can notice, oh, here, and then I could track her movement, potentially, like... if we're talking a span of, like, a month or so. I want that ability.
Yeah, no, you can, you take notes.
I did get the notebook for a reason.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, with that...
The scrying ends, of course, eventually.
Yeah. I rely specifically information regarding that Clarice is indeed seeming to continue the fight, right? But she is not our specter. Could I, based on the area and my could I make a nature check to see if she is like, because I've been in Belaeron quite a lot, and I'm presuming the different countries is that we've been in, and especially Belaeron has. Even though it's not very diverse, it's still diverse climate. Could I make like roughly a stating like?
Make a nature check.
Very broadly where she would be.
Yeah, make a nature check.
And my nature is what?
Your intelligence, I think.
Yes. Oh, I have high nature. 24. 17 plus 7 is 24, right?
Yes. You get the sense that this is southern Belaeron, possibly going toward northern Oseria. So around Stronwick, but it's not like Stronwick, but it is in that general, like, county in a way. Like, the larger areas surrounding it. So, yeah. Somewhere potentially even on the Osarian side of the border, but in that case, very north Oseria. So South Belaeron, maybe North Oseria.
So I relay that fact to also prove that.
All right.
Well, okay, it was just a wild guess. So, should we camp somewhere and then head to the village?
Before that, when we were investigating the soldiers, did we find any gold?
Not really. They don't seem to have been sent to...
No, I presume kind of not, based on such a party and where we are located. But, right. Yeah, we should start setting up camp
Yeah, I assume you move a bit away from the site of the murder,
Yeah.
and you.
Though before that, I would like to. The other people can go start setting up camp. I would like to first move all the bodies together
Sure.
into a pile.
Yeah.
And then I would like to use what's it called?
Druidcraft?
No, not Druidcraft, because that Stone Shape, I think it is.
Okay, you're making merging them with the ground. Is that it? Like a
Yeah,
quick barrel
I'm
kind
gonna
of
make a mass grave essentially.
Yep.
And then above, once I've closed that in, I'm gonna use mold earth to actually make an inscription there.
Right.
Into the ground. And
You make a small burial site, essentially.
yeah, and that inscription says, yes, Promera, may, Promera, rest beneath the boots of Belaeron.
It's quite a statement.
I was expecting die Thromera and dogs.
That's not a Arisa style.
Nah, I know.
And I would like to sign it essentially a friend.
Sure. Well, after that, you join the others who have probably set up the home seat at this point. And so you all spend the night, and unless anyone wants to do anything more, I will say that we fast forward to...
Yes.
I just mentioned during, as we're going to sleep to Dara that I left a message for our Spectre in case they return.
All right. Yeah.
Mm.
I don't think the Spectre is coming back, but yeah.
Not for us, at least.
And so with that,
Yeah.
you all go to sleep, or into a meditative state for two of you. Jaxson, as you dream, there are weird, like, your dreams are a bit weird tonight. There is something, it's not quite a dream. It feels more like a vision, like visions of grim psychometry, and they are just disconjointed flashes. You see just weird things from you see like what seems to have been years ago, not quite here but somewhere else in Belaeron, maybe. It's just some kids running on the streets in the slums. You see a flash of in the distance you see the Taurus Arcanum, the capital of the Arcanum in Mageia, and then you see a door, just a regular door. You see that same door, but older. It's just weird. You can't really make anything of any of this. It's just a bunch of weird flashes. And it doesn't last the whole night, but it is almost a moment of clarity where you can process this in a way that you can't process a dream. You are like completely awake during these visions, but you are still like stuck in them as if you're still sleeping, if that makes sense. So you just take all that in, and then you go back to sleep, and in the morning you wake up. You can't remember your dreams, but you can remember those weird visions. And that's the only thing that you remember from that night.
What was like the place we were supposed to head for called? Like,
The village?
No. Where Storm?
Oh, the junction.
Can I see if I know anything about that?
Mm-hmm. Are you using grim psychometry?
If I can.
You may.
Natural 20. Because of the advantage. So, 27.
Natural 20.
27. 27.
You know nothing about it.
This is interesting. You know that you're
Romarin
relatively
spy.
nearby.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of wake up with these weird visions in your mind. And you think about the junction, and you think you almost feel it as you kind of begin to focus on your grim psychometry, and you focus in on that, and you zoom with your vision like an out of body experience. You're drawn out and you fly quickly from the home seed out. You can't really comprehend everything that you're going past, but you zoom and you see a field, a massive field. Everywhere around it, just more grass. This is not in the winter. This is another time of year. This is not now, probably. This is some other time. You see in the middle of this, it's not physically in this world, but you see a rift through the material plane. You see all the planes. The material plane in the middle, and you see around it the ethereal plane, the elemental planes with the para-elemental and the quasi-elemental planes, all in another circle around it. Further out, the in-between, the beyond, where the dead souls go once they've passed through the in-between. You go even further, the astral sea. There on a little island, somewhere in that astral sea, you see a lone plane, like it has been ripped away from where it originally was, and you just see this infinite pit that is the abyss. And there, further away, behind a net, a completely different set of planes. The planes of the gods. The first gods.
Jesus.
The creators and the destroyers. Beyond, also
stakes here.
in the astral sea somewhere, you see void and you see ether. The two founding pieces of magic that the people in the three empires talk about, that you've heard talked about. Within that, you see the celestial realm, you see the Fey realm, and you see something that is quite frankly just wrong. Split perfectly in half. Except that on the side that something is wrong, there is a piece missing. 8 subdivisions, 1 is not there. Connecting this, the absolute center of all the divine realms, there is a direct line from the center of that plane that goes through all the other planes, and in the other end you have the material plane. And there is an exact point where those two planes intersect with each other, where the line crosses through. And on the material plane side, that line connects exactly in Belaeronian. It connects at the junction, the place where Storm has been taken to, the spot where all the borders between the planes is the weakest. It is essentially a locked gateway, and the only direct pathway from the lands of the divine to the material plane. And as you look through that net that separates the planes, you see that part that is just wrong, evil, an aberration of sorts. These black landscapes oozing with void-like energy, and you sense something there. like someone is looking at you. That uncanny feeling.
Ooh.
And you hear in your head, someone is watching. I know you. But you're a little bit too late, aren't you? Coming to save your friend.
Coworker.
Well then, it will be interesting to see you try. And you are just kicked out of this vision, and the rest of you see Jaxson was sitting there just a moment before. He has now collapsed onto the floor, is just trying desperately to keep himself up by his hands, just pushed against the floor. He's breathing heavily, he looks like he has gotten completely knocked over by something.
I would like to cast what's it called? Healing Hands.
Yeah, it helps. Jaxson, you feel physical, not pain, but like you were thrown against something, like you got the wind knocked out of you in the most painless way possible.
And at the same time as using Healing Hands, could I do like a medicine check?
Yeah, sure. I assume to identify.
Essentially, check,
kind of.
try to figure out like what the fuck is going on with him. Like, why did my friend just collapse in pain? Like all this thing. However, I'm pretty clueless. It apparently seems, because I got a total of 9.
Okay, yeah. There are no signs, nothing physical about him indicates that he would have been pushed or punched or anything.
It's just a man. I'm just kidding.
You're completely clueless. This is something must have happened. Like you saw him just sitting there, kind of deep in thought one moment, just looking like someone that kind of looks out of the window on the bus, just like in his own mind thinking about something, and then suddenly he was trying to stand up and just fell over and could only barely catch himself before he would have gone face first into the floor.
I have a question.
Yep.
When I saw the in-betweens, did I see Kurt?
With a natural 20?
Who's Kurt now again?
You don't need to know
No.
about that one. It's actually some unrelated. It's entirely different.
You didn't see him, but you saw the citadel. This black citadel that you could see through Kingston's eyes in that last vision. You see that, and you know where in the plane that is. It is also something ripped out of another world, but on a much smaller scale than the Abyss seems to have been.
Right. Do I know where the junction is now?
You basically know, yes, but you know that you're already, like, it is basically where you're going.
But do I know like the direction?
I mean, you already knew roughly. You're supposed to go to Elderdean first, as that is like the closest settlement, and you can probably get like exact directions from there. But you'll be able to confirm when you get there, because it was in the middle of a field. Like there were no landmarks to go by. It's just a field. I will say, you know, with that field is the mythological place called the Plains of Transcendence. It is where in the Northern Pantheon, the place that is said that the gods first transcended to godhood, in that very place. And knowing now what the junction is, having seen that, it makes perfect sense that that is the only place where a being on this side of that net would be able to pass through and go to the realm of the gods. This is basically you travel along the junction when you go between the worlds of mortals to the world of the immortals in a sense.
Dun 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 dun.
But yeah, Arisa is like kneeling beside you, can't see any issues with you. Luckily, you were able to catch yourself with your hand, so you didn't beat your face bloody on the floor.
Not my nose.
You just like blacked out for long enough to lose your balance and tip forward, but you came back just in time to defend yourself.
Well, are you alright?
Yes.
What the hell happened?
I was trying to look into the junction, and I saw things. I think I know where it is, and I think they know that we know where they are, and that we are coming.
How much did you see exactly? Try to really remember and focus on it, because if you think about it, with your help and information, and if we ever need to get back here or get to any knowledge or place that is with your help, we could attempt a scrying.
Right, but I don't think we should scry just yet, because...
No, not now. Not now. But I am saying, if based on just how powerful forces look at you, look at how big of a risk you took. We can't chance that kind of thing again, and on a random whim. If we ever need to access this place again, or find out other things about this place.
It's the place we're heading to. But
right. Fair enough.
I think I saw a bit more than that.
More?
And they know that I saw them.
Okay.
I guess
Fair.
the element of surprise is out of the bag.
Well, that was never on the table, was it?
Jaxson, I'm gonna send you something.
Ooh.
Hopefully this link works. It's a drive link. This is basically what you saw. You would have access to this. You would be able to draw this if you wanted to, because this is basically etched into your memory now.
When I say
like
something, I would have given forth my notebook, but based on his reaction, I don't think he did write anything down.
No,
I mean, this is like
it is
etched
in
into
my
your mind.
mind.
You can remember this. You have seen this.
It's like walking in on your parents when they're in the shower.
No. No.
Interesting comparison.
That
not
is
quite.
more traumatic.
I don't think.
Notice how I've now made sure that he will never forget the map.
I mean, like, I like maps.
For now, it is up to you to decide how you want to share this, because you're the only one that has seen this.
We'll never see
it.
Having seen the very way that the cosmos of the Dawn World is constructed is not something every person has seen. It is something very rare.
Yeah, but
in many
this guy
ways.
has been looking
Want to see it, god damn it.
many times, so I don't feel like this is like a Tuesday for him.
Jaxson will kill himself, so no one will get
The secret is
this
lost again.
information.
Well,
He will burn up. his
Revivify.
image.
okay, so
We will use that skull Storm has
Mhm.
to ask the questions of.
I will say that is like the perfect roll to nat 20 on. And I'm more glad now than ever
I
that I
like it.
made that map thingy that I could send you. Because I made it just
I
like
mean-
2 weeks ago.
It
Made
makes
it and
a
thought
lot
nobody's
more
ever gonna see
sense.
this map.
Yeah, I was like, this might, I might show this at some point, but for now it's just for me. And then this guy goes on to nat 20 a vision about the junction, which is like the connecting thread through all of the cosmos.
Damn it, I want to see it so badly.
Well, maybe you will
There are
someday.
some words I don't understand.
Makes sense.
Right.
It is beyond your understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how Jacob wants it to be.
Yep.
Are we going to head to the village?
Indeed. We're just going. Try with the mass suggestion, and well, after that, I guess it's fair play for everyone.
But tell us about this place. Where exactly is Storm in it?
I didn't see Storm.
Okay.
You didn't really see anything at the junction except that field.
Like I only know like the field around it. I didn't see Storm or anyone. I heard someone talk to me. Either it was one of the Scourges or it was his Weaver.
Okay. And in
And he
what
said
way?
that Storm was long gone.
What
and
is the
it was-
viewer?
Oh, you will see soon enough.
Great.
Basically just a mage. Creepy
Why
mage.
does Sturm has a mage?
Because it's a part of... I don't know. Well, I know.
It's beyond.
They are members of a cult, in which Storm had to infiltrate.
It's
They
his
are not to be
coworker.
underestimated.
Hmm.
With infiltrate,
All a part of Storm's master plan.
Indeed.
Of doing what?
I don't think it was like a master plan to sell his
That
soul.
I sadly cannot divulge to you at this time, as that
I
would
want
put
to know
Storm's
now.
that would put Storm's life in danger.
I mean, it's already...
Oh,
And also, Storm
He
has
trusted me and Dara alone with this information, and as we were the only ones he could know that we would take it to the grave.
to
I mean,
Not even his best friend of Jaxson.
I think he disliked Dara and Arisa the most.
Kerem doesn't
Yeah.
have friends. Seems like you're lying.
Storm only has friends at sea.
Well,
And
Yes,
me.
and you're not that sick.
And me. I'm
Okay.
usually,
look.
what I designate as Storm's friends. You're right. He doesn't have friends. He has coworkers.
Well, Tornado is his friend, but
No, Tornado is his brother.
it's his friend.
Brother
Yeah,
from another mother.
I'm
Never
going
realized
to...
that Julius has memorized Storm's entire Wikipedia page.
yeah.
Right, let's go to the city. From the city, I think I know the way to the junction. And then we go
Right,
and grab Storm.
Are you sure I can't fly in there as like a fly or something?
Oh, let's just
I
go.
I think it's better if we go in as a group.
Like, because you know how perceptive Storm is. If he catches you alone, you're dead.
Yes, but he's never been able to perceive me as a fly.
You don't know that.
We don't know what the ring can
Not
do.
like when you spied on me as a spider. No.
I did no such thing, young man, and those boxers do not fit you.
Young man, I think he's older.
Yeah, I'm older.
Yeah, I know.
Fucker.
Just
I
a
know,
couple.
but the joke. But the joke of just, young man,
Yeah,
those boxers did not fit you.
I'm just... What boxers?
Nothing?
He's commando, baby.
Yeah, I know. Commando
Yeah.
getting beaten up.
Well, let's go.
Okay, so you're still going to the village of Elderdean.
Hmm.
Apparently.
Well, it is basically on the way anyway. Like, if you're following the paths, then you're gonna get there anyway. So you
Where would
continue
we
onwards.
otherwise go?
Well, directly to the junction, I guess, but that would be
Yeah.
difficult. Like, even though Jaxson knows the place, it's uncertain if you could just find it like that.
Yeah.
But you continue on, and it's only like a few more hours, like 4 hours or so, before you come upon this village. It's very much like in an area of just like plains, and there are fields around the village. It looks very cozy, like small, humble, calm. Those are like the first things that come to mind when you look upon this village. It's not big at all, just like a little hamlet in the middle of nowhere. Maybe 100 people living here, maybe less even. But you approach, and you see people are kind of going about their day. Obviously, with it being winter, there is not much like farming to do. But you see this one man who's kind of like standing around. He looks towards the road where you are approaching from. Like he's dressed all in like winter clothes. Very like typically Belaeronian looking guy. Just looks towards you as you're all drawing near. Hey there.
Hello.
Welcome to Elderdean.
Thank you very much.
What brings you here?
We're passing through, just.
All right.
Pilgrimage of sort.
There's not much to pass through to here in Elderdean.
Do you know a place where there's a large field?
I mean, there's mostly just fields and plains around here. There's a lot of it in general. North, east, everything in between.
Heard
really.
about the Junction?
No.
Or
I don't know.
okay, wait, what was the other name for the like celestial gods?
The plains of transcendence.
Yeah. Do you know about the plains of transcendence?
You may as well be making things up, my friend.
No worries.
I'm just a farmer, you know. He kind of like warms his hands a little bit in the cold. Name's Easton, by the way. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Jaxson.
All right, Jaxson. Hi. The rest of you?
Hi.
You got names? Dara,
Arisa.
Julius, Arisa, Fritz. All right. Well, this is not a big place. I don't know if you need anything, if you need some food or anything, just say the word. Sure that
Wow.
Oakland's got a little bit of something in the tavern, or well, we call it the tavern, but it's mainly just Oakland having an open door to her home.
But
Yeah, no, do you need anything to eat? Just rest for a few minutes.
we're good.
Eat.
But thank you. Oh, you want to eat?
Yes.
I'll show you the way. You see as you kind of walk into the town behind you, kind of on the eastern side, because you're heading more west of the road. But on the eastern side, on what is almost like a tiny little hill, there is this large mansion with this surrounding like fenced off garden. The garden is obviously looking pretty dead since it's the middle of winter, but there are like what looks like maybe apple trees and other things, like what could probably be a very beautiful garden in the summer or spring.
Hey, who lives over there?
Oh, the mansion?
Mm-hmm.
That's Lady Aleppo. She's a bit of a recluse, doesn't really show her face much, to be honest, but, you know, she's a noble woman, I suppose, of some sort. A lady, that's all I know. Moved here a few years ago. She's the only outsider, really. The rest of us are all kind of like born and raised here, several generations, all tracing back here to Elderdean. We're a pretty close-knit group. Not saying that Lady Aleppo is not part of us. She's very much welcome here. She's been a welcome change, anyway. We used to... the lands used to belong to another lord in the past. Let me just check my notes here real quick. Lord Everett used to live here, but when Belaeronian won the War of Independence a few years ago, he moved, and Lady Aleppo came in and bought the house and has been here since.
I would like to wild shape into a fly and fly towards her house.
No.
Oh,
Do you just disappear in the middle
Now
of the
we
street
come
here?
to storm.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Alright.
lord.
Yeah, he kind of looks and did she just vanish?
yeah, she does that sometimes. Quite annoying.
Well,
You're mercenaries of some sort or something? You look the part.
Simplified version, I guess.
Like you can hear like a buzzing in his ear from the
Right.
fly. That...
Right. So you fly over towards the house. The curtains have kind of been they kind of cover the windows for the most part, where you can see through.
And I fly
rooms-
in as is there glass or like as I am a fly, it's you know quite narrow things.
Yeah, I mean the windows are pretty shut tight, but if you look around, you may
Like
be
the
able to find
door,
something.
like underneath the door or something like that.
Yeah, but I just mean like
Yeah.
when you initially fly
Yeah,
around
fair
to
enough,
kind of like
fair enough.
look.
Yeah, I would just
you can
wanna-
kind of like catch little glimpses inside, and it looks very empty on the inside, like very sparsely furnished. It's dark in most of the rooms, so you can see. Yeah, kind of weird like that. You could find a way to squeeze in if you'd like.
Yeah, I would like to just squeeze under the door.
Yep, I mean you get into a very like empty kind of hallway, very like rustic with just like plain wooden walls of some dark wood.
Does everything seem normal?
Yeah, it's an ordinary house except a bit sparsely furnished, especially for a lady.
Yeah. Okay. I fly close to where the rest of the party is,
Mhm.
and transform back where nobody can see me, and then just come out of the woodwork, stretching my arms like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Anyway, where
again.
were we?
Well, yeah, I was just talking about Lady Aleppo, I guess. Did you wanted to go to the tavern, to Oakland's house, right?
Yeah.
All right, well,
yeah,
come with
oh,
me.
well,
And he, let me just, let me just try to find this. Yeah, he leads you over to just another house. It's a bit bigger than most of them. Doesn't seem to have the same kind of farmers type of surrounding. Like this seems to be some non-farmer's house. And he just kind of like pushes the door open. Hey Oakland, we got some travelers. They're looking for food. It's basically just this one room with a couple of various assembled tables and chairs. And you see this kind of strong-looking woman, kind of a blonde braid, with this apron, holding. I'll wait for Leon to return. Oh well, she's just like holding a mug that she's been cleaning out. She's like, "Yeah, travelers. All right. Hey there, name's Oakland. This is my well, tavern to some extent. You want food?
yeah,
Yes.
something to buy.
Food.
Yes, some food would be
All right.
quite nice.
All right. Well, I can cook you something quick. Bacon. How's that sound?
Bam.
Sounds lovely.
All right. We don't have too much, so you'll have to be. You can only have a little bit. We're saving up a bit with
I'm
a.
fine without.
Oh well. In that case, I mean, we're just trying to save a little bit for the up and coming celebration and all. So.
Fritz be like, I could take a
Celebration.
Yeah, Conclave Day.
Hey.
The anniversary of the Battle of Scourges. It's coming up in 2 days.
Oh What's significant about it?
Well, it's the anniversary of the Battle of the Scourges, when the Conclave of Heroes defeated the Scourges in year 813. On the 13th of Winter's Cold. And now it'll be the 194th anniversary of that, or something like that. It's been quite a while. Nobody here remembers anything.
Yet you celebrate it.
Well, yeah, because the Conclave is the greatest heroes the Dawnworld's ever had. I mean, they...
You're here. You're here.
Well, they were, fantastic individuals that risked their lives, some even sacrificing themselves for the entire world to continue to exist.
Indeed.
Is it common knowledge why it happened that certain day? Like why this?
No. I mean, Conclave Day is obviously on the anniversary.
But why the attack happened that day?
No. As far as you know, that was something that had been working the what you assume to have been the Weavers with your knowledge. Now, though, it's generally just known as the Cult of the Scourges in history.
Mm.
They'd been working on it for a while, and that is why the Conclave of Heroes was assembled. Is because one of the you remember this from the play that you saw, at least. You're unsure how accurate that is in every way, but a paladin named Vetus Lignum got a vision while meditating that there were people trying to free the Scourges. And so he went with the news to the Arcanum, where the Archmage at the time, Cyrus Cronin, upon hearing the news, decided to assemble a conclave of the greatest heroes in the world to combat this threat. And that ended up being the Conclave of Heroes. That eventually, defeated the Scourges on that day. That was essentially the final battle, but it had been going on for a while.
Mm-hmm. And how many houses have we seen so far?
Here.
Oh.
In the village.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have seen maybe 25 houses.
Did any door match the door I saw in my vision?
No, that was on a stone. That was a door into some sort of stone wall. All of these are thatched roofs, little wooden shacks. Really, this is definitely not it.
Right.
But yeah, Oakland just kind of sets down the mug that she was cleaning on what looks like a makeshift bar. It's can I offer you something to drink while I go cooking up the bacon?
Golden ale.
Ale.
Yeah, I've got some, but again, you'll have to deal with a bit less than normal, since again we're saving for the celebration.
It's totally fine.
I'm fine with bacon.
Alright, well, those of you that wanted ale, you get half mugs of ale, and then she heads off. You see, there's one more person that is currently in this house, that is just sitting in a corner, looking a bit sad, I guess. He's in his 30s, maybe long, unkempt black hair, and you see a scar across his right cheek that kind of parts his bushy beard. Looks similar age as Easton, the man that first greeted you, also in his 30s. But Easton just kind of turns to you. You can just really pick any table that you want. Oakland doesn't really care where you sit. It's all up for the grabs, so to speak.
Thank you.
Well, I'm probably just gonna get back to what I was doing, so But is there anything else I can help you with before I go?
Do you know by any chance where the junction is?
You already asked that.
Oh, that was the. I thought it was like the lonely guy.
Oh no, he's just sitting
No.
there quiet in the,
Yeah.
in the corner.
Yeah. No.
You know, I think Arisa could probably find it with Commune with Nature.
Well. But thank you for the help.
For that, I would need some kind of more description on how it looks.
With Commune with Nature, I don't think you need. You can sense.
Oh yeah, I could probably sense planar shifts.
I'm
That's true too.
pretty sure that incursions was like one of the things that you could sense with that thing.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll bid
if-
you all farewell then. If there's nothing else, I'll be around here if you need me for anything. All right.
Does this place count big enough that it would block my commune with nature that I need to walk to the edge of town, or?
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
Well, then I ritual calls commune with nature and look for.
Are you looking for the junction? Is that it?
Yeah,
Okay, so.
and also
planes, then.
the other things I include is just fiends and like that kind of things.
Here, within a 3-mile radius, nothing. But 3 miles is basically 1 hour of traveling at a normal pace. So, you know.
How much time do we have?
What do you mean by do you have?
Jaxson mentioned something about us being pressed for time.
I think you just said that in generic terms.
Jaxson, could
We
you
don't-
describe how the place looks?
No.
Nice.
Are you unable or are you unwilling?
I don't know how. I know it's on a big field. I didn't really see a place. I saw plains.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
what
literally
type of
like
planes?
the thing that Jaxson saw was it was just plains of grass as far as the eye could see, and he just sensed that in the middle of that was
Could
the
you
junction.
see which direction the sun was at?
No clue. Didn't. I was busy looking at other stuff.
Okay.
When the barkeep comes in,
Yep.
I will pull out my map.
All right. Yeah, she comes in there and
Mm-hmm.
puts down a plate of bacon.
Mhm.
You all have to share one plate.
Um,
Will that do?
that perfect. Could you point out where in the where on the map this village is, like almost
right, yeah.
exactly?
Here. She points.
Here. Mm-hmm. What direction is where the like interlinked points? Like, do you know where the like material plane and
You mean the
you know the
junction?
beam? Yeah, the junction.
It's difficult to say on a map. I mean, you just
Okay.
know that it was in the middle of a huge field. You just saw that, like, you basically were
Oh.
exactly in the middle of the junction with your vision, and all that you could see in every direction was just fields, plains, grass.
Mm-hmm.
And it was obviously like summer or something, or spring, because this is
Right.
winter. You don't even know if it looks like that now. This could have been
Mhm.
like 1,000 years ago.
Right.
You know, there could be something built there. There could be a forest there
Mhm.
now. There could be something else that has happened. You just saw it, the junction as it was at one point in time. That may have
Okay.
very well been when it first became the Plains of Transcendence, which would have been over 1,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could have been this year and but a few months ago.
Okay.
It's impossible to say, really.
Good to know.
Why?
Do you need any directions to anything? Again, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere here, to be honest. There's
Yes.
really much.
Yeah, how do we... you said it was here.
Yeah, we are right here now.
Okay. And the
You know-
junction is then there.
I don't know anything about a junction.
Do you know any like if there's like some buildings or something strange in the area? like a few
Buildings?
miles away.
I don't know anything about any buildings. You hear at this point the man that is sitting in the corner
Oh shit.
Of course he has to know.
just says, what kind of buildings are we talking about?
You know,
Really
castles.
sure. Like something ordinary, maybe.
The old North Keep.
Yeah, that could do.
You see Oakland just kind of looks at all of you. I'll leave you to discuss this. And she walks off.
Thank you.
See the man in the corner kind of like stands up, walks over, looks at your map, and points. There's the North Keep right there. It's about maybe another few hours of walking away from where you are right now.
What do you know of the place?
Too much, not enough.
You tell.
Bad memories, really.
I slid 2 gold over towards the man. Does this refresh your memory?
Yeah.
I don't need your gold.
Oh.
I'm past that. Gold got me nothing good in my life, it just gave me this. And he points to the scar on his face. That's what greed does. Nothing good. Drove me from my family and friends. Drove me to that cursed keep. There's nothing good there, especially not now.
What's
Why
worth
did it-
about it?
Why did it drive you there?
Titan Tether. Bandit gang. Was young, greedy. Perhaps I wanted fame, I don't know what I wanted. Joined up. Was good for a while. Got the scar. Almost got killed.
By what?
We're bandits.
Hmm.
It's a dangerous line of work. And I keep thinking to myself that maybe I deserved it. Maybe I deserved worse than I got. I've done bad things. Not a good man. Nobody over there was good. We're all rotten apples.
What's there now?
Let me ask you a question. What are you looking for? Really? Nobody comes here. Nobody comes here
field.
asking for... Nobody comes here asking for a field if they don't know something. What is it?
We're just looking for.
We
A
know
group?
know of troop movements as by the Thromer and scouts.
Ain't been a single soldier reaching this village. Not one.
Not this village, but close by. I point out on the map where we found it.
I've not heard of a
Right
single
here.
person in this village that has so much as heard or seen anything that would indicate any sort of troop movements. Not even the Belaeronian soldiers have gotten here. There's nothing to be found here in Eldadine. So I ask you again, what are you really looking for?
We're looking for one of our friends.
A friend,
Mm-hmm. All we know, somewhere close by.
I need more than that.
He got himself into a little bit of trouble.
He's associated with Thromer and scouting party.
What? When did Stern become Stromeran?
No, that's just bullshit.
He points at Julius and just says, see, I don't buy this whole Thromera thing.
That doesn't.
Thromerans
That's
ain't here. Nobody I know has so much as heard anything about a single Thromeran within miles of this place. This is nowhere. You're looking at the face of nowhere. You don't get much further away from things than Eldadine. There has to be something here that you're not telling me. So speak up, and maybe we can help each other.
We're after Sturm. Sturm is pretending to be evil, and he wants to pretend kill us.
Intern, how about you sit this one out and just go outside for a
No,
little?
no. I want to listen to this man.
No, Dara, can you?
Evil. I heard that.
Yes.
Telepathically, our friend has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble and has been corrupted by an evil presence that we believe is located at this place. Telepathically.
Evil. I know evil. I know when I see it. Maybe because I was it. Or maybe because I saw something that was so much worse than anything we ever were. I left the North Keep. Not because I had ambitions to be a better man. I left because I watched everyone get killed. A dozen or so people came one day, wearing black robes, just appeared at the gates.
Pale skins?
Seemed like it. Most of them kept their hoods pulled up. There's one man. There was something weird about him. Pulled down his hood. Face and head covered in scars. But not this kind of scar. There was intention behind those thin, shallow scars. Almost some sort of beauty to him. They wanted to come inside. We thought they were stupid. Thought we'd open the gate, close them behind them, and slaughter them all. Take whatever valuables they had. Maybe leave one of them, two of them, to scurry back to where they came from and spread the word of the Titan Tether. So we opened the gates. They closed. Turns out we were the ones that had trapped ourselves. My friend, Nash, they, I don't know what happened. Tried to kill me. So I fought back. I look around and suddenly everybody, all the people I ate with, drank with, they all were killing each other. I ran. I haven't seen any of them since. I know some of them got away. Ernest Croth, a leader himself, he's in a camp somewhere nearby. But when I got away, I thought myself lucky. Thought that maybe that was a sign from the gods to turn my life around. I returned here. Was born here after all. Left my family and friends only to come back to find that most of my family died while I was away and most of my friends didn't trust me anymore.
Well,
That's why I say the gold gave me nothing but a scar and a bunch of regrets.
Well,
But if you're looking for evil, then the North Keep is where you're going.
that's definitely the place. Thank you for sharing this.
thank you.
We have helped tremendous.
If you can do something to them, even if it's just giving them a bit of trouble, that'll be enough paying me back.
We will do more than that.
We're
I hope so.
planning on doing more than a little payback.
There was, the walls. It's a small keep, really. Just one dungeon with, a tower, but a set of outer walls. The outer walls were breached, I don't know how many decades ago, before we took the place. It's a hole on the northeastern side of the outer walls. You should be able to slip through. We never really repaired it, just threw up a temporary wooden palisade when we were there. I don't know,
Do you know any secret passages?
only that.
Oh,
Well,
Aside from that, there's, if you want to bypass the main keep itself, once you get through the outer walls, there's the cistern. Collects water.
but you can jump down and from the cistern. You can get to the basement, the cellar, whatever you want to call it. Don't know where they are really, where they've made the camp. We were mainly in the Great Hall on the first floor. Croth was the only one that really took the solar on the top floor. Again, it's a small place. I don't know what those people wanted with it, but I hope they're happy now.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. It was very helpful.
Good. Give them what they deserve.
I guess we're heading out then.
Yeah.
He just walks back to the corner where he sat down, takes another swig of his drink as he just maintains eye contact with a couple of you.
I will just like, when we leave, I will just like leave a bottle of my 3 Empire like liquor, or what it was, like the bottle of
Yep.
alcohol. I will leave that with him.
You just put it on his table and he just looks and you exchange a nod. And the lot of you make your way out of this place, I suppose.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is there?
Dun, 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 dun. Couple of hours.
Okay, so you're just going straight away?
Straight ahead.
Anything else they want to do before?
And I think there is much to do.
Julius,
What's up?
as you're kind of walking back to the main road and you continue, you're headed west is where you found out that the North Keep, or sorry, you're headed east, my bad.
Right.
You take a look at, or you throw a glance over at Lady Aleppo's manor. And Julius, you're the only one that sees this with your passive perception. On the second floor of this mansion, you see a woman just peeking out from behind the curtain, just looking down at the group of you, only for an instant, and then disappears. She seemed to be difficult to say, but relatively pale-skinned woman with dark hair, maybe half-elf, but you didn't get a great look at her features from a distance.
Yo, Jax. I think Lady Aleppo was checking you out.
Obviously.
Oh, up there in the balcony. Or, yeah.
Just a window on
Right.
the second floor.
Oh, the
Just
window.
peeked out from behind the curtain and then disappeared away behind it.
She might be interested.
Recent.
Jaxson starting to flex.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, of course. All to help you find yourself. Yes.
Oh.
Kött alltså.
Nice. Well, I guess we are just walking.
All right.
Indeed.
So you make your way out of the village and you head over toward the place that you know as the junction. You go walking for another couple of hours.
Yes.
Is it
And
shorter because of Fritz?
a little bit, yeah. But it's still like 2.5 hours maybe.
Right.
Eventually you see, as you have started crossing this just vast field or these plains, as familiar as plains can get, these are pretty darn familiar to you, Jaxson.
Oh shit.
Oh
And
shit.
eventually, as you see this small hill that seems to be a man-made hill, upon which there is a near Mott and Bailey style castle, except made more permanent with stone walls. You know that the junction is almost directly on this keep. It's not exactly, but the keep is basically on the junction.
Dun, 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 dun.
And you continue going towards it. From a distance, you can't see anyone at this keep.
Are there any like trees close by, or is it only like
No,
fields?
there is not a tree to be seen.
Ah, fuck us.
Oh shit.
There is just snow everywhere. Which obviously makes it especially obvious that people are coming when they're crossing a field of just snow, and more snow, as far as the eye can see.
Oh yeah, I'll sweep our tracks. Nah,
Yeah.
Well,
that's intern.
Question
work.
is, does the keep have its own walls like a traditional modern bailey?
yeah, it had.
Yeah,
walls.
it has outer walls, and then it has
Yeah,
just a
like it is the
singular-
traditional modern
Yeah.
bailey, right?
Well,
Yeah.
except made more like permanent, because like
Yeah.
a modern bailey is usually just like a wooden
Yeah, I know,
palisade, but
I
it's
know,
the same like
yeah,
layout.
exactly.
Basically a
there's the
circle of
default.
outer walls on a hill,
That's been reinforced
And
into a
then-
more permanent.
yeah.
And
and then like a
yeah.
dungeon, a central structure with a single tower within the walls.
And then there was the big hole. Well, the
You can't
ring
see
of
that.
work.
You're coming from the west of it, so you're headed east. So
But
you
the
can't see
hole was
hole.
according to the guy. Was that on the bailey then?
Well, yeah, the outer walls, not on the
Yeah.
actual
The
main structure.
bailey's wall, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the motte located within or outside? Like,
Yeah, I mean the outer walls go entirely around, and the central structure is like detached within the walls.
okay, yeah, because most traditional modern baileys actually
Yeah, I
utilized a like secondary that the
Yeah,
motte
no.
was just raised up and
Yeah,
had like a
that is-
secondary.
that is correct, but
Okay,
this one is.
thank you. I just wanted to double check. Sorry,
No, no,
player
no,
knowledge here with a lot
fine.
of castles, and I fucking love
you
castles.
You can kind of see the
Yeah.
main gate from here. The gates seem to be facing south, and you're coming from a
Okay.
kind of like mainly from the west, but also a little bit south angled, so you can just see like a bit of the gates. You don't see the breach in the outer walls that the guy was
It's
talking
on the
about.
other side.
But again, you also don't see anyone on the actual walls or anything. Like, there's no sign of life from a distance. And even as you draw nearer, you can see that the castle, or not even castle, the keep, it's fallen into disrepair. Like, this place has not been cared for in a long time. It's just old, decrepit, just, you know, the half of the battlements are like.
It's almost a
just
surprise
rubble.
that it would have stone walls.
Yeah, I mean,
this point.
it's just nobody has cared to do the actual upkeep of this place in a long time. That is quite obvious. Yeah, I mean, do you just want to go all the way up to the place, or?
Around it, I guess. To the,
I
the
would
hole
like,
in the wall.
yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you have to kind of go up toward the main gates, because that is the only place where it's not too steep to like climb up the sides. You see the front gates. The gates themselves seem to have like rotted, and are just really old and don't even shut completely. So they're almost like the gate is almost a bit open.
Well, don't mind if we do.
Yeah, let's just slip past here, I guess.
Is that the gate? So that's not where the.
No, this is just the front gate of the actual outer walls themselves.
Yeah, to the bailey.
Well, I guess we squeeze through there.
Okay.
Julius, you go first.
Yeah, I was gonna ask
No,
what's
no,
the
no.
marching order of this.
Fritz, Jaxson.
I'm in turn. I go first.
No, you're in turn.
I'm in
not
turn. I go
first.
first. You heard
No.
Dara. You heard Dara.
Yes.
Oh god.
You heard
Okay,
Dara.
intern,
Storm
and,
would go
and
first.
after that is Arisa.
Storm would never go first.
Storm would go first. Why would you not
Intern,
go first?
Arisa, last is Fritz.
Don't tell him about going first, Isabel.
I'm not getting this fucking kid killed.
Okay, so what is the actual final order here?
Okay.
Okay, second place.
Yeah,
can
I
do
guess
that.
Jaxson has to go first then.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, probably Jaxson. Fritz doesn't have dark vision, so you know it.
I mean, you're
It's
still
in the
outside.
middle of the-
Yeah,
it's
but eventually.
snow, bright.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Eventually.
you're just heading into the through the outer walls. Like you're just gonna get into the courtyard essentially when you go through here.
Fair enough. Okay.
So dark vision is not a problem until you get inside the keep itself.
Jaxson, Julius, Dara, Arisa, Fritz.
Is everybody happy with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then, as Jaxson kind of just pushes the gate open a little bit and to head through, I need everyone except for Fritz to make a dexterity saving throw. Fritz is the only one far enough away.
If this is a spell, I would like to, in that case,
It is
use
a
my
spell.
staff.
19.
It is.
Nat 20.
I'm willing to use my staff as a reaction to cast my only counter spell that I have available.
Oh god.
Oh, you counterspell this.
If I can counterspell it.
That,
If it's a-
you can, and let me just check the level, because yeah, that is a 3rd level spell.
Oh!
So you see, Dara, you're the first one to
shit.
see this. As Jaxson grabs the gate to just push it open a little bit extra, a glyph that has been inscribed on the gate itself just flashes, and in the brief fraction of a second that it would take for this glyph to activate, you instantly cast counterspell and save the group from taking some extra damage, because you get the sense that there's this there's this energy that is building up that was about to burst, and you managed to stop it.
On second thought, maybe I go first. I cast Detect Magic.
Right.
I go last.
You cast Detect Magic. The glyph is just kind of having this afterglow as it is fading, because you did disarm it. It's not a problem anymore. It just disappears entirely.
But if
And
it's
it's,
one glyph, there's probably more.
well, as you press through, you don't see anything in the courtyard. The courtyard is entirely empty. There's just the like big keep. There's a tower on the southwestern corner of it. Again, there's no sign of anyone around here. You can see that there are some like footprints in the snow, but they don't seem to be fresh. They seem to have basically been at the point where you cannot see them anymore, and there hasn't really been snow in 2 days. But yeah, this is, you know.
All right, I sense nothing. Just follow where I'm going, and yeah, we'll start making our way inside, and just you basically playing Minesweep for glyphs at this point.
Yeah, Dara, you take charge and you walk around here on the courtyard as you, I assume, approach the main structure.
Yeah.
You don't see any more glyphs. Nothing pings on your detect magic.
Okay. It's solid. We're fine. Okay. We just go. Did you say that there was a gate in the inner
Yeah,
gate?
I mean, yeah, there's a gate to the main dungeon, the keep itself.
How is this one feeling? Like if we're just
This looks more solid. It's not rotted, and it is closed. It is shut, and there's no obvious way to just push it open or anything.
Where did you? Are we talking about the cistern now, or what?
No, this is the main gate. You look over, and you see the cistern is kind of on your left side, a bit further away.
well on to that, I suppose.
All right, yeah. So you head over to the cistern then, and
We can also get to the other side if we want.
Yeah, but let's check the cistern.
you have to like remove the little like roof on the cistern, or it's not like a full. It seems to have been covered at the moment, probably because it's winter and I don't know. But you just remove that and you peek down, and there is, well, the cistern down there, some sort of basement or cellar-like cistern.
Well, I suppose we try to get in
Jump
here.
down.
Okay, you
Sure.
do you just straight up jump and take the fall damage, or are you gonna
How far down is it roughly?
15 feet maybe?
I have a
How
rope.
much? Wait, how much would that be in fall damage? Sorry.
D6 bludgeoning per person.
Yeah, I jumped straight down.
Okay.
We the normal
Can
one.
I roll to make to try to not be prone as well?
Sure, that's a dex save. You're still gonna take the damage though, so you take
Yeah,
5
exactly.
bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
But you can dex save.
18 plus
Yeah,
whatever.
calm. You I think you have negative dex though.
Yeah, I think I have negative
it's
one. Yeah.
You barely. It's not a
So 17.
high fall. You still make it. It's like a DC 12.
I tie a
so
rope to something.
Essentially, I jumped down ahead of everybody and just instantly essentially try alert like looking just around.
Yeah, you just
So-
splash in this shallow water layer and just combat roll, get up on your feet straight away and look around.
And just look.
It seems pretty empty in here.
Yeah, I signal down to for everybody to come down.
Yeah, I throw down a rope
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we try with the
Mm.
rope.
and climb down.
Yeah, it's easy
Like-
enough to where I'm not going to make you roll for it.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, we continue to see marching orders before.
The one with Dara
Except-
in the front, or
No,
No,
the one
last
where Fritz was lost, except this time I'm lost. I'm going behind Fritz.
It's probably the best that Dara is either second or first because of the magic.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Jaxson, Dara, Julius, Arisa, Fritz. No, Fritz, Arisa.
Yeah, because I'm thinking instead of giving Fritz light this time, I will be guiding him
Poor Fritz.
until need.
so. There's
Until
only
need,
one.
and can I hold a reaction to cast else the cantrip light?
Hold an action, yeah, sure.
I will hold that action to cast light upon Jackson's weapon.
Okay.
Why my weapon?
I think
Because
the marching
Jack...
order
No,
is-
sorry, no, I
Oh,
mean
Fritz,
Fritz's weapon,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I was like,
Makes more sense.
I was like, because as Jackson can't see in the dark. Wait, no. Wrong
Right.
person.
Simon, I love your webcam right now. It's
Mhm.
so nice. HD
Yeah, let's
quality.
go, boys.
I was
Yeah,
unsure
it
if your
might
camera
be a
was still
bit
turned on there
R-rated,
for a
but
while,
still.
but
Oh,
It might
wait,
be a
wait.
bit R-rated.
I mean, it's
like,
most-
wait, how long can we play for? Like, does anyone have to go? Specific times? Simon, do you have to go at specific time?
Yeah, 22:45.
Oh,
well, we'll play until then, basically, and
no
for,
combo.
Yeah,
for a little longer.
I both have to and don't, if you get what I mean.
We'll try to get another session in relatively soon, I think.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I hope so.
I should be available
But
basically any
yeah,
day.
there's only one door in this cistern, just on the far end of it. So you walk over, Jaxson. You take the lead. Dara, you look very carefully ahead. As you open this door, you come into what looks like just like the first place you come down when you head down the stairs. You see the spiral staircase that leads up, and you see 2 more doors. However, you see one of the walls of this room has either collapsed or been torn down, and behind it there is this pathway that leads downwards.
Ooh.
I guess we know where to go.
Yep. Indeed we do.
So you start marching down those stairs, or that path, and it eventually kind of shifts angle a little bit and becomes a staircase that leads down to a single door. Jaxson, this door is familiar to you. This is the door you saw in the vision.
Oh fuck.
This is it.
I kick it open. No.
It's this like wooden door with metal hinges and kind of general little like metal details and reinforcements. The details that on normal doors would look kind of beautiful or as decorative in a way, like kind of almost like one of those lily patterns. These are jagged shapes, evil looking shapes, almost like jaws, teeth. These are not beautiful patterns, these are intimidating patterns.
Yeah, I turn around. Let's leave. No.
It's not worth it, guys.
Yeah. Let's just go home.
It's probably just a prank by Storm anyway.
I look back at the others just to see like that everyone's
Yeah,
understanding.
That you're not going to die alone.
Everybody's kind of standing there in the staircase, kind of looking forward, like, why did we stop?
And then
And especially Fritz is wondering why the fuck did we stop?
Okay, so you slam the door open.
No, I don't slam
Okay,
it.
you open the door. Fair enough. And you see ahead of you this long, big hall. It's this stone hall. The ceiling is kind of vaulted, and you see there are pillars along the sides. These pillars, they're not these like Osirian pillars that are like made of white marble with these lined patterns. No, these pillars are almost like a stack of gargoyles that create an entire, support structure, a beam. And every single one of these gargoyles, they're not even the typical like Thromerian Gothic kind of gargoyles. These gargoyles are amorphous creatures that blend together into one big horrific thing with sharp teeth, eyes all over the place.
I would like to investigate said gargoyles.
Well, in a moment. There are sharp teeth, eyes, tentacles, and taloned limbs that all twist and turn in unnatural and different directions. And they make up the pillars in this entire hall. There are like 12 pillars or something. Just this long hallway, and each pillar itself is... it's impossible to distinguish where one of these gargoyle things begins and another ends. But there are multiple on each pillar. Along the sides of this long hall, there are a total of, I believe, 14 archways. So 7 on each side. Most of these archways lead to nothing, just rubble. The tunnels or pathways beyond them collapsed or filled with just stone and dust. Only 2 of them are cleared and lead to short corridors that end in more doors. Directly ahead of you, on the other end of this great hall, on the other hand, there is a large set of double doors, similar to the one that you came in through, though that one was smaller and more humble, if we shall use that word. So, essentially, one of the archways on your left, one of the archways on your right, a bit further in, and a door directly ahead are the paths that you can see to progress through. Arisa, you wanted to look at the gargoyle pillar thingies. What are you hoping to get from this?
Hoping to get whether or not they were carved recently, like after said event of the keep getting taken over, or if they seem to have been made earlier.
Okay, make an investigation check or history check. I'll let you choose.
I'm gonna pick history because I think it's more interesting.
Sure.
That's a 15 total.
You look at kind of style and part of like what kind of craftsmanship was available to people in different ages. The kind of craftsmanship that you see here, this is something from a different age. This is not recent. This is old.
Ancient.
Real old. Not like dawn of the world old, but very old.
No, but like cult of personality old.
Well, it is, you would not be surprised if this was over 1,000 years old. I'll say that much. There's a very eerie feeling to this place, as every, like, breath you take almost becomes an echo.
I try sense within me which direction to go.
You try, but you sense that there is some sort of interference here. Something is preventing you from reaching out.
I don't like this place, guys.
As a matter of fact,
be done with this.
As a matter of fact, I will add both you and Jaxson feel that the moment you step inside this hall, it's as if you leave a piece of yourselves behind. It is that divine warmth within you that almost leaves out your back the moment you step through the door.
Arisa shivers at that point.
Yeah,
Like physically shivers.
Whatever.
I'm finally free!
From both of them.
Jaxson joins the cult.
Yeah, he leaves the two gods he's sworn to right now and joins another.
I'm sorry, is Jaxson a fallen right now, or
No, it's
He's the
No,
same
you're
as
scared.
you.
Wait,
We are the same right now. But
Are
not
we
the,
both
like the
protected?
same. No wait, no. I'm a
You're
scourge. I'm a
scourge,
scourge.
right?
I'm a scourge. I'm a
Yeah.
scourge.
you're a scourge upon this planet, yeah?
Because
Well, no.
with the bird. Yeah,
Well,
we
no.
I the big door obviously.
Yeah.
Alright, so the one directly ahead. Okay. So you push onwards, just directly through this this hall, and these doors are a bit difficult. So probably Fritz would help open them. And as you push it open, or pull them open, I should say, 'cause these go inwards, you are met with a chamber. Relatively large, but nowhere near this hall and its size. Upon first stepping into this chamber, the most central feature that draws your attention is this 4-foot tall spike of jagged, rusty metal. And on this spike, 3 humanoids are skewered, just pierced right through the abdomen on top of each other on this spike.
Oh, kebab.
There is just a stench of blood and death. And you see 3 cages in this chamber, each of which is filled with a pile of corpses. Every corpse pale, drained of every ounce of blood. And you see from the spike, blood is still dripping from some of these people that are skewered on it. And the blood drips down on these carved lines in the floor. All of them in an advanced, complicated pattern leading around to another door at the opposite end of this room. This one, 20-foot wide, stone. And on it, there are 8 engravings of figures.
Oh, there we go.
You see, in addition to this, a door on your left, a door on your right. Normal doors, albeit big doors. And in front of the door to your right, you see 7 figures, dressed in various dark robes, ranging from dirty dark gray to an almost jet black. These are people, ordinary people, not weavers. You can see that in an instant. But members of whatever cult this is. They have this near insane look to their eyes. And there's this one Goliath in the front that seems to be whatever kind of leader, sergeant, whatever you want to call it. Just looks at all of you and kind of like gives a signal, and the others assume a defensive position blocking this door on the right. And the leader says, "You come too late. The ritual is nearly complete, and the champion will be crowned." And that is where we're going to pick up next time in a bit of initiative. If we'll save the initiative until next time. It's more spicy to start a session with that.
What are we doing all-nighter?
I think this is a good place to end it.
Yeah. Plus, Mr. I want to end it at 22:45.
Like, I am so tempted over and over, ever since you pointed out the blood, to just fucking stone shape and just make it ruined in fucking, like, the entire fucking runic part.
Well, you
And
can
it's like-
try that next time.
Like, the problem there is, like, I will be kind of like half wasting a spell.
You would be wasting a spell.
Well, that is where we're going to start next session anyway, so
Dun, 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 dun.
pretty good cliffhanger, if I dare say so myself.
D&D.
Yeah, you would say that, wouldn't you?
And
No,
I
I'm just kidding.
I'm
Seriously.
excited for what comes next.
Me too.
Um,
So, play tomorrow?
Tomorrow might be a little bit soon, but you
Hey,
know.
you got the prep?
Well, potentially.
Yeah, but he needs the recap, man.
No, but we'll talk about that. We're gonna end
Not
the
if we
stream
play
here,
tomorrow, he
and,
doesn't need to recap.
Well,
Technically does.
we will end the stream here, and we will talk a little bit about potential scheduling real quick before we have to disband for today.
Guys, make sure to hit that subscribe button
You can't subscribe
and
to
follow
our
us on
Twitch.
Twitter.
Well,
Just don't
our
follow us
channel.
on Twitch because that's a horrible idea. Like, then you have to see us every now and then. And like,
Yeah, our Twitter is nice and dead, and our YouTube too, because I still haven't fixed that one
Well,
session that had a technical issue with me being muted.
see, I'm promoting the right stuff. All the, current hip, down with the lit kids.
If you're not watching this live, that means that I've actually uploaded it on YouTube, and that technical
If you're not
difficulty
watching
I'm
this
speaking of
live,
has
you're
been
you're
fixed.
not watching this.
True.
Indeed.
Because hopefully somebody will have the mercy to cut this part out.
Nah, that's not gonna
And
happen.
there-
Have a good one,
okay,
everybody.
if that's the case, his password is
Was that meant to be the end?
I have no idea.
I'm not gonna remember to cut this last part, so have a good one, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.